Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Respected dignitaries. Abhi shift try kar. Okay, okay. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and dear self-advocates. I, Samiksha Sajwan, am absolutely delighted and honored to be here on this stage to begin this important session of World Health Summit Regional Meeting 2025. It is rightly said that never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And today we will witness it happening in this unique concourse. Let's give the heartening occasion a befitting start for which we call upon our little but a graceful self-advocate Jisha Paul. Yes, ma'am. This is the beginning. Simple, crisp, because बाकी आप बोल रहे हैं. And इसके बाद because जो moderator का नाम बताना है और moderators को बुलाना है उसके लिए. The results of the gathering of like-minded, driven professionals from various fields to examine and debate the current modes of operation of existing systems are revolutionary, as they not only bring about the desired change in the current modes of operation, but also enhance the quality of life for all those involved. A thoughtful, provoking panel discussion on disability inclusion starts with us. Rethinking accessibility and care will take place in this hall today, which has numerous stalwarts from a variety of disciplines present. In this joint effort of UNICEF and DSFI, and then I'm taking the names of them. In this distinct, it is my distinct privilege and honor to mention the names of the panelists. I'm just mentioning name, that's Amita want. Because मैं अमिता का और डॉक्टर विवेक का फिर intro थोड़ा सा पढ़ूंगी. Whatever way they have given, वही मैं पढ़ने वाली हूँ. Because that...
मैं तो बादलों से दूर जाऊंगी, मैं तो अपना ही सुर पाऊंगी। है जो क्रेजी क्रेजी सपने मेरे, सारे चुन के मैं बोल आऊंगी। हमारा ऐसे दुनिया की हो ही नहीं, मैं अपनी ही दुनिया बनाऊंगी। कि जिंदगी मेरी मैं तो बादलों से दूर जाऊंगी, मैं तो अपना ही सुर पाऊंगी। है जो क्रेजी क्रेजी सपने मेरे, सारे चुन के मैं भूल आऊंगी। हमारा ऐसे दुनिया की हो ही नहीं।
Hello. जी सर। जी
Good morning. Thank you so much. Yeah. Can we request Jisa's assistant to please give her song to the technical team? Yeah, they have to play it first, so one should be there to give the cue. All the self-advocates, please sit together at one place. Parents, settle down. Call your friends to come fast.
नहीं वहाँ पे उसके जाएंगे ना we are going up and talking nobody's to answer we'll share it
Jisha, let's sit down. The parents here, please come fast and sit down and call your friends who has gone for the short break to fall back in the MR7. Yeah, Bindu, call everybody immediately inside. जीशा को प्लेस करना जरूरी है नहीं तो जीशा टेक है ना, उसके असिस्टेंट्स ने काम कर दिया है शायद आज टाइम से. दीप्ति, कैन यू कंफर्म जीशा's म्यूजिक इज देयर? Because Dr. Vivek, we'll start with her this thing only. Some swapping. Hi, beta. अब मिलती हूँ डांस के बाद ना जोश में. And parents, please note, please keep your self-advocate ready after the session finished. We need to have their photograph with resource people outside. Yeah. Yes, please. Parents, please settle down fast. We are already, the clock has started ticking. We haven't started. Parents, settle down. Manas, baithiye please, shanti se. I want Jisha's one of the assistant there on the technical panel so that you can give the music cue. Bindu? Ma? Amita? Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and dear self-advocates. I, Samiksha Sajwan, am absolutely delighted and honored to be here on this stage to begin this important session of World Health Summit Regional Meeting 2025. It is rightly said that never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And today, we will witness it happening in this unique concourse. Let's give this heartening occasion a befitting start, for which we call upon our little but a graceful self-advocate, Jisha Kaul, in front. Can we give a round of applause for our self-advocate?
चढ़ायो अच्छा गजमुख को लाल विराजे सुत गौरी हर को हाथ लिए गुड़ लड्डू साई सुरवर को महिमा कहे न जाए लागत हो पद को जय देव जय देव गणराज विद्या सुखदाता, धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता, जय देव जय देव। भक्ति से कोई शरणागत आवे, संपत्ति संपत्ति सब ही भरपूर पावे, ऐसे तुम महाराज मोको अति भावे, मौसावी नंदन निशिदिन गुण गावे, जय देव जय देव। जय जय जी गणराज विद्या सुखदाता, धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता, जय देव जय देव। त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव, त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव, त्वमेव विद्या द्रोणं त्वमेव, त्वमेव सर्वं मम देवदेव। कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियैर्वा प्रज्ञात्मना वा प्रकृतिस्वभाव करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायति समर्पयामि। अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णं दामोदरं वासुदेवं हरिं श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिकावल्लभं जानकीनायकं रामचन्द्रं हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे।
Thank you so much, Beta, for invoking the divine blessings at this platform. May I request for another round of applause for a champion. She is our most enthusiastic performer. Coming back to the session, the results of such gatherings were like-minded, driven professionals from various fields to examine and debate the current modes of operation. Going paperless is not easy. So, starting from where I lost the track. So, debate the current mode of operations of existing systems are revolutionary, as they not only bring about the desired change in the current modes of operation, but also enhance the quality of life for all those involved. A thought-provoking panel discussion on disability inclusion starts with us, rethinking accessibility and care, will take place in this hall today, which has numerous stalwarts from a variety of disciplines present in this joint effort of UNICEF and DSFI. It is my distinct privilege and honor to mention the name of the panelists. The chair for today's session, I would request the round of applause should accompany this announcement, because these are the precious people in our lives who have taken out time for it. Yes, you can do better. The chair for today's session is Dr. Naveen Thakkar, President, International Pediatric Association. Then we have among us our own Rekha Ma, Dr. Surekha Ramachandran, the person guiding persons with Down syndrome and their families from past 40 years. We have with us counsel and advocate, Mr. Anshuman Sahani. We have with us Senior Advisor to Blockchain for Impact, Dr. Satyaprakash Das with us. We have, yes, applause can go louder, you can do better. You'll feel warm. We have with us the famous pediatric cardiologist, President IAP West Delhi, Dr. Smita Mishra, ma'am, with us. Now let me mention about the one of the moderator, that is Dr. Vivek Vivendra Singh. Sir is UNICEF India Country Office Chief, Health at UNICEF India. Sir has 20 years of global experience working with the Public Health Department, academia, and UN agencies. He holds an adjunct faculty appointment at the Herbert Department of Global Health, Rollins School of Public Health at Emory University. Vivek sir is a recipient of fellowships from the Wellcome Trust, the Rockefeller Pellegro Center, please don't mind my pronunciation, and Emory University. He has been the regional editor of India for the Lancet for 3 years from 2014 to 2017. He is a co-editor of an Elsevier Publications book titled Transforming Public Health Surveillance and co-teaches a course with the same title to Emory University and Columbia University Summer School. He is an honorary fellow of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics also. I request Dr. Viren sir to please come on stage and introduce our next second moderator, Dr. Amita, a comrade in cause and a dear parent and a friend. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and I was told not to stop this introduction, so anyways, I'm Vivek, and first of all, let's give this accolades to Amita and Dr. Mishra. Ma'am. So, we had met at an event, and you know how stars align. Then I met Rashmi ji in an event, Parent Society, and then I met Amita, and all these good people started meeting. And then I realized, there is a lot of global geopolitical situation which is making all of us think, rethink. And disability, inclusion, equity, I think these things matter more than ever in today's times. And even as UNICEF, we are now reflecting that when we say every child, what do we mean by every child? So I think thanks to all of you for helping us remind ourselves what is the meaning of every child. So thanks to you, in fact. Let me introduce Amita, and actually I lost the notes how to introduce, so I will not be reading from any notes. Amita and I are mid-school batchmates from Government Medical College in Nagpur. She's an cardiologist, and she's also the proud mother of a very beautiful child, which has motivated her to work with children with special needs. And whatever little knowledge that I am gaining is gaining thanks to Amita and the group here. And as I said, moving forward meaningfully, even as somebody who works at UNICEF, realizing what is the meaning of every child is largely to this group. And this session, by the way, no need to thank to me at all, please. This was when I was at the event with Surekha ma'am, you were organizing and everybody had invited. And I saw Zisha perform, and then I have a painting from Aishwarya, yes, which is on my wall now, and another one from Pranav. Yes, yes. So I have 2 paintings on my walls, and this is how this has grown. By the way, I was introducing Amita, so forget me if I keep. I'm a bit nervous too today. I've never felt nervous on stage, but today is a special day. So Amita is also interested in, this conference at the World Health Summit is a coming together of people from 4 important stakeholder groups. Governments, of course, then civil society, researchers, academicians. This World Health Summit is actually a consortium of academic institutions across the globe. It started in 2009 as M8, which is, it was at that time thought Medicine 8, Medical 8. So it was on the parallels of G8. So G8 nations, and that is why, the host is in Berlin. We have Professor Axel Peaks, who's here. He is from the host nation, which is Germany. And then initially the two patrons were Germany and France, and then others started coming together. But it was held by academic institutions so that civil society can come out of the very structured bureaucratic process of working up agenda in the World Health Organization's World Health Assembly. People often confuse this. What is World Health Summit and what is World Health Assembly? Assembly is by World Health Organization, where the agenda is worked up by the member nations. So sometimes there is little scope for civil society to discuss issues which may not find space in that agenda. So that is why this World Health Summit was started by academic institutions. Now 30 of them are there. And I'll come back to Amita why I was telling this, that she's also interested in research on children with special needs. And this is actually, the summit is a consortium of 30 best medical institutions across the public health institutions across the globe. So the summit offers us a platform to come together, discuss, but most importantly, nothing about us without us. So we have our children with us. And, I don't know if some of you attended some of the sessions, which were, I would say, not as powerful as this, but powerful, but they were in rooms where the rooms were spilling. So I'm very happy we have a larger space today. But most importantly, even if there was nobody in the audience and we were only us, the children and the families, all this is being live telecast on YouTube. All of this, every room has a live telecast channel and it will be archived forever. I don't know if I see a picture being taken. I don't know how many of you have seen, there is a QR code. You can go scan, put your face, you'll also get pictures from today. So that said, I'm just waiting. I thought there should have been more music, more dance, but we will also talk a bit. We do have, that's okay. So we will also talk a bit, and I don't know I've just forgotten the order, so Amita will help me do that. Should I call you next? Please, welcome. Please, thank you. Sir, why don't we all join on the stage? All the dignitaries, please join on the stage.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Vivek, for the kind introduction. And so I think there's so many mothers and so many parents here, and my journey has been 15 years old about raising a child with Down syndrome. We're talking about Down syndrome today, amongst all the disabilities. And our lives have been, since the birth of our child, there have been so many peaks and troughs in our lives. One day we are celebrating, we are on top of the world, celebrating a very little small milestone of our child being achieved. And the very other day, we are crashing down because of a health condition of our child. And the peaks and troughs in our lives are so many and so frequent. I wish the troughs were a little less, and that is why we are here. I wish the crashing down days were a little less, which happened because of health conditions. We face issues with schools, education, social inclusion. We have so much of emotional roller coaster going on. I'm sure all the mothers and all the parents here will resonate with me when I'm saying that our lives as parents are more than, they're very dynamic, and there are a lot of ups and downs on a daily basis. It's not a story of a day or a week or a month. It is like that throughout. So I'm so happy, and I think Dr. Vivek somehow felt this, and I'm so happy about this, that this cause is coming to such a level where we can take it higher from here and make the troughs less frequent. I really hope so. Thank you so much all for joining us. And please allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists today.
Our chairperson, Dr. Naveen Thakkar sir, is the president of International Pediatric Association. He's a distinguished pediatrician and global health leader. He has been the president of the Asia Pacific Pediatric Association and Indian Academy of Pediatrics, an active member of various scientific committees across the globe. He was listed as a topmost influencer of polio eradication in the world in 2017 by the UN. Sir has been instrumental in shaping pediatric healthcare policies and strengthening immunization programs worldwide. Dr. Surekha Ramchandran, fondly known by all of us as Rekha Ma, she's the president of Down Syndrome Federation of India, which was actually founded way back in 1984 with just 6 children, and now has connects with over 7,000 children with Down syndrome. Rekha Ma has also served as Vice President of Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation and President of Down Syndrome International. She is the founder of Matru Mandir, which is Chennai's first dedicated center for children with Down syndrome, which provides free counseling, therapies, and vocational training tailored to each child's need. She made a roaring impact on the World Down Syndrome Congress. She has published various books and research articles on the subject. She is the force behind 3 most awaited annual events in the country for Down syndrome: the India International Down Syndrome Congress, the Down Syndrome National Games, and the annual Mothers Only Meet, which is very interesting because it is exclusively meant to recharge the mothers. She has been recipient of innumerable awards for her tireless work for this cause. Her legacy continues to grow as she remains a steadfast pillar of support and a trailblazer in the field of Down syndrome. And there's a very important aspect to her personality, that she's a composer, and she has beautiful educational compositions that can actually be used at a larger scale for generating awareness amongst masses. Welcome, Smita ma'am. Dr. Satya Prakash Dash, Senior Advisor, Blockchain for Impact. Blockchain for Impact is a first of its kind biomedical research foundation in India, which is helping to build the Venture Center, which is India's leading science and tech-based incubator in Pune. Dr. Dash is an innovation ecosystem designer with over 28 years of experience. He holds a triple master's from Cambridge, Leicester, UK, and Odisha. He is a strategy counsel to several startups, including Care Mother by Do2 Health, Cygenia, and amongst others. He has multiple professional engagements with India's top biotech agencies. He is a recipient of British Chevening Fellowship and US government's IVLP Award. Welcome, Dr. Dash. We have Mr. Anshuman Sahni. He is advocate and counsel from Nottingham University. He is a young and dynamic litigating lawyer with an experience of more than 15 years. And very early in his career, he played an instrumental role towards a landmark decision by the Delhi High Court, wherein a 3% reservation of children with special needs in the private unaided schools was made, and this decision was later used as an example in other states of the country as well. He has gainfully argued a case seeking setup of a committee to draft and implement a nationwide plan to impart skill learning and vocational training for people with special needs. He firmly believes that constitutional freedoms and responsibilities equally guide the law and policy surrounding persons with disability, and effective interventions by the court can ensure the life and dignity of persons with disability. Thank you so much, Mr. Sani, for joining us today. Thank you. I would request Rekha Ma to begin to set the ball rolling.
Namaskar. I am indeed honored to be here with these esteemed panelists. The wind of change is blowing. Acceptance is increasing, and we see disability inclusion beginning to gain traction in every field. The phrase, "nothing about us without us," is now resounding across the world, and we are all playing a role in making this slogan a universal mantra. This phrase is more than a slogan. It is a demand for dignity, representation, and accountability. It reminds us that true inclusion begins by not just hearing, but truly listening to the voices of self-advocates and their families. As we gather to discuss inclusive strategies, let's remember that inclusion is not a checklist. It is a commitment. Down Syndrome Federation of India began as a mother's quest for information so that not only her child, but every child with Down syndrome in the country could benefit from the knowledge, and every parent would be empowered. What began in 1984 with just 6 families has grown into a nationwide movement, over 7,000 strong and growing. The Down Syndrome Federation of India is today the country's primary support system for individuals with Down syndrome and their families. My daughter Bubbly was born in Chennai in 1981, at a time when awareness was just to absolutely zero. There was no information, no guidance, absolutely no books, and no websites. So I traveled overseas thinking that I could pick up a lot of information, and I brought back some knowledge which I tried to transfer to the Indian system. And I had to awaken our country to the subject of Down syndrome. Today, DSFI is active across nearly every state, organizing camps, building support groups, and driving policy conversations. In just a few days from now, we are going into Meghalaya, where we are helping establish a new support group. These parent groups, for your information, are not passive. You have just seen that. They are networks of strength. They provide emotional support, practical tools, and shared voices. They empower families, and they confront stigmas. They equip the parents to navigate a world that still, too often, excludes our children. I feel fortunate that nature gave me the blessing of being Ma to the most beautiful human being in the universe. And she moved everything in her environment to help me learn and relearn. Bubbly, now a yoga instructor, an artist, a warrior who has faced down medical odds. She reminds me every day, Down syndrome is not a tragedy. It is a call to action. Thank you, Bubbly Ramachandran, for bringing together this beautiful Humsafar family. This family is growing. When I say growing family, I'm happy to welcome UNICEF as an esteemed partner at this August event. The UNICEF commitments, if you read it, for the Global Disability Summit 2025 showcases UNICEF's commitment to mainstreaming disability, which is a way ahead to create inclusive policies. They promise to build multi-sectorial early childhood intervention systems, something that we can benefit from. Every child with Down syndrome can benefit from this immensely. My heart warms with hope when I see the amount of detailing that UNICEF has gone into for our children. And we are privileged to be partnering with you, sir. And I hope this takes us a long way. We believe that if you hold our hands and help us create this inclusive world that we have been waiting for. Here I would like to highlight the situation as it exists today in India. Let's begin with the stark reality. According to the recent AIMS research, only 44% of children born in India with Down syndrome survive, a number far lower than the global averages. Why? Because nearly 60% are born with congenital heart defects, and too many go without the surgeries that could save their lives. What are the barriers? High costs, limited rural access, and lack of timely diagnosis. The outcome, preventable loss. This is not a medical problem alone. It is a systemic failure. How many times the Federation has had to support children by covering simple costs? Last year alone, we saved 12 children just by giving them financial assistance around the country. Other critical health challenges that we face are thyroid dysfunction, vision loss, early onset dementia, which are being overlooked or misdiagnosed. Even today, many doctors fail to look beyond the syndrome. My own daughter's hypothyroidism wasn't diagnosed till she was 17. That was not neglect. It was what I call negligence. Her mental health issues were brushed aside, constantly being told she's a person with Down syndrome, and that's the way people with Down syndrome behave. So the syndrome became bigger than the issues that she had. She told me there was only one advice: put her in an asylum. Now that's not convincing to a parent like me, because I fight systems. Pushed against the wall, I did my PhD, and that's how I'm a doctor today. My daughter made me a doctor from Mrs., okay? So I think I needed to do my PhD in depression and understand the subject myself before I went and spoke to the doctors, because an empowered person as a parent needs to understand the subject before confronting the doctors who put away our children by saying they need to be locked up. And it continues to happen. What was the result of this? I lost 4 years of her life, and the family was in despair. Let me tell you, there are many, many such issues when it comes to healthcare. And in every issue, we are constantly told that the child has Down syndrome. Today, we have a very strong, empowered medical team. And put your hands together for having worked for 40 years to empower the medical team. So when we talk healthcare, we also need to discuss the UDID card. All of this is linked in our system. The UDID scheme was built with an amazing vision. But vision without execution is meaningless. Today, individuals with Down syndrome are being denied disability certificates because of improved IQ scores. Ironically, they are being punished for the very progress that early intervention has made possible. Can you believe we work so hard on our children, but because they are intelligent, they are denied the disability certificate? So it goes back and forth, back and forth. This denies them access to vital health, education, and social benefits. This is discrimination, plain and simple. We estimate 30,000 children with Down syndrome are born in India every year. Where is the data? Without recognition, they are invisible in the system, totally unaware of the benefits offered by our system. Moving on to a bigger subject called inclusion, it is not just a physical access. It is emotional, cultural, and a social belonging. We see true inclusion when individuals are not merely accommodated, but celebrated. In schools, yes, but also in workplaces, in galleries, in sports fields, everywhere, even in voting booths. Too often, individuals with Down syndrome are treated as guests and not participants. They are not here for you to take photographs and put it up on your social media saying, we are the people who are paining, because you are taking advantage of the fact that my child is giving you the benefit of a photograph. Please understand that there is a pain behind this, and my 7,000 parents, we are in pain. We are not recognized as individuals. When my daughter looks at me and says, "Don't worry, Mom, I am different, I am beautiful, that's why people look at me." And it's a confidence that we have built in our children, but that fear is always there within us. Look at Bubbly today, once written off with a label that stripped her of every dignity, mentally retarded, would be an idiot, they cloned her in every word that they could find in that dictionary. She now performs Bharatanatyam at national platforms. Why? because she was included. Because somebody there said, yes, Bubbly, go up there and dance. We want to see you there. You just saw Jisha dance. Look at the confidence. And when that broke, it broke her heart. It was like she was just about to, oh my God, because they were perfectionists. They are perfectionists. At DSFI, we have seen what happens when children and adults are given structured social exposure. Confidence grows, voices emerge, communities are changing only because of our children. People become better. Yes, let's be clear, inclusion is not optional. It is the foundational to human dignity. Our call for action, partnering with colleges to embed the subject of Down syndrome with a specific training program, establish regional health hubs and lifelong support systems, treat the karyotyping as sufficient for a UDID certification which is done all over the world. Your child is born, you get your disability certificate. Why are we being denied? Link the UDID to the national health and educational platforms. Launch a national registry with routine screening and integration into public health services. Launch nationwide campaigns to educate families on why UDID is important and how to obtain it. Involve global agencies like the UNICEF and the WHO in framing Down syndrome-specific health agendas. Let us move from charity to rights, from assumptions to evidence, from talking about inclusion to practicing it. Let self-advocates like Bubbly and Unnati not be an exception, but the standard. Let every delayed action remind us we are losing not just time, but potential. The time to act is now. Together, let us build a world where accessibility is not the final step, but the first promise. Together, we promise that we will hold hands and lead this movement that promises a better tomorrow for every child. Every child is what Dr. Vivek said. So I say every child with a disability. Put your hands up and say, let's promise we commit to justice. Say it after me. We commit to justice. We commit to equity and equality. We commit to a world where persons with disability are heard, seen, and respected. Jai Hind. Thank you.
So we see here that there are lacunae within the as to what we hear from Rekama, that there are lacunae within the medical community itself also. I think the doctors here would agree. And I would request Dr. Naveen Thakur sir to please enlighten us on this. I have a feeling that in addition to what we talk about Down syndrome in the international conferences and in the national conferences, should we not have representation of Down syndrome in the local chapters of IAP, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, in the smaller cities also, because that is where I think more awareness is required within the medical community. So a lot of my work also has been towards to bringing awareness within the medical community so that doctors, a lot of them know by now, but a lot of them do not know that they don't know. So I think because I feel the topic of Down syndrome itself is underrepresented within the medical curriculum, be it at undergraduate level and or at the postgraduate level. So should we have more representation of this topic? Because this is so frequent. We have 1 in 800 child who's born with Down syndrome. And India being the most populous country, we are probably the largest population of Down syndrome in the world. So we have a big database, we have a big population of Down syndrome. We definitely deserve more awareness within the medical fraternity. And also, could there be a system, probably UNICEF can help us on that, to be able to reach out to more people, to have a registry of Down syndrome in our country, so that at least we have a database which is a starting point for further medical research. There's so much of soil and there's so much of need for that. Your thoughts on this, sir?
So, thank you. Thanks, Vivek, for inviting me to this. I stayed I finished my assignment on first day, but I stayed for this, and I don't regret it. So let me start. I finished my MD in 1986, MD Pediatrics. After that, maybe because I take more interest in immunization and other things, so I never visited. No, I continue to see the children with Down syndrome, diagnosing very early, but never visited again to update myself. So I'm confessing that, and it's being, on YouTube. So you can imagine what may be the, as you correctly said, that, and I was very confident. I immediately diagnosed. And I still have really a reservation of this, name, Down syndrome, because then, because it happens everywhere, in villages and everywhere, and better, maybe we call it, in pediatrics, we call it Mongolism or Down syndrome, but maybe we should have something which, resonates with the people, otherwise they don't understand. When I was invited for this, I went to the DSFI website, and many things I learned was new for me. Oh, so they survive so long now. They have, it's many myths that if you are above 30 years, you have more chances. And that's why I was always, watching those who have children above 30, whether, so it's all, not one, but many myths, and what can we do? At that point of time, as you said, Madam, 82, so 80, that's when I was doing MD. And there was, we just diagnose it and say that, he will have recurrent infection, and we check for the, whether there is some congenital heart and all that, but we never advise them what they can do. And that continues to happen. So if that is, maybe the current pediatricians are very updated, but I have no problem in admitting that I am not updated, and maybe I have contributed to, some of these things which we should correct now. So yes, Amita, you are right, and not only pediatrics conferences, but beyond that. Beyond, yes. Because everybody does not reach to the pediatrics. So you even if you have in a local chapters of that, but we should think more how to bring that into the policy and how to make it the part of the system.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir.
Maybe World Health Assembly is important because there are member states and there are resolutions are moved there. Many of these are being discussed here on like maternal and child health, but you have to work with the global partners to see that you have a resolution there. You have to have a side event there to highlight. There are two platforms, World Health Assembly and United Nations General Assembly, where people say if you want to really achieve something, if you are in New York in September in UNGA, and you find the right people because everybody is there, and then you can achieve that. And to bring that to India, definitely Pediatric Indian Academy of Pediatrics, UNICEF, and everybody can really, some legal help, everything you have to get into the system. Then it goes up to the ASA level. That should be our plan, because all of you are some resourceful, I will not say very, but there are many who may never know in their life that their child has and they can do something unless they are advised. What I learned in ECD that you start stimulation at early age and you have reached the same with the Down syndrome, what you have achieved because you knew that. So fully supportive. Our slogan in IPA is UNICEF is every child, our is every child, every age, everywhere. So we are very supportive and making advocacy, working on capacity building if needed. You have to go very systematically because all these problems you don't have resources. You know, the way other things are funded, it is not funded. So both things, policy, working with doing a good advocacy at global, and I'm very much willing to guide you and connect with the right people at where
Thank you
you
so
can.
much, sir.
And also capacity building through these platforms and making it an agenda. Once you make it an issue, maybe next time you should also call, like we had a panel, inclusive ECD, Suresh Prabhuji and all that, so some higher level politician, someone from ICMR, someone, whatever is your agenda, and make it an issue, and then becomes, then it can get into the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your insights, sir. Very valuable. And I think it is a collaborative effort between so many agencies when we're talking about this country. So I think we'll have to hit it from all the fronts to, make it happen really in functional and real life. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Mr. Anshuman Sahni to please enlighten us on, what are the rights that we have that are there in place and maybe we are not aware of them? Please, Mr. Sahni.
Right, hello. The beginning point of rights is that every human being is born with inherent rights. That's the starting point. As we go beyond, there are rights which are available based on different type of situations, different scenarios, and different people. And that is what is called to as legal capacity. So when you wish to enforce a right, or seek a right, or protect a right, you must have the legal capacity to do so. Now, legal capacity includes the concept of being able to consent and understand to what you are doing. So if you wish to seek something, you have to be able to understand what you're seeking. And if you want to enforce a right, you have to be able to give your consent to do so. And that is where in Down syndrome specifically, the lines get blurred, because Down syndrome being defined as an intellectual disability has connotations of consent not being understood in the right manner or not being given in the right manner, and therefore the consequences of that act not being understood in the right manner. And therefore, generally, it is understood that a person who does not have the legal capacity is not in a position to enforce their rights. But that's not the meaning of inclusion. Over the years, as we've seen, inclusion has led to a mechanism to enforce the rights. The current legislation in India is the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. That has been made after a UN Convention on Disabilities, which was in 2009. Post that, there are two very important sections and provisions on enforcement of rights of persons with disabilities. One is it defines the concept of legal capacity. It says that every person or every child with disabilities will have legal capacity. The government shall ensure, and I can just read it very quickly so that I'm right in what I'm saying. The government shall ensure persons with disabilities have right equally with others. And for what? To own or inherit property, movable or immovable, to control their financial affairs, and have access to bank loans, mortgages, and other forms of financial credit. The section also says that the government shall ensure persons with disabilities enjoy legal capacity on an equal basis with others. This is what inclusion has led to, that today legal capacity is also being equated to as at par with all others. Now, there is a way to enforce this right as well. The very next section talks of a provision for guardianship in the Act. Now, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act gives a limited guardianship concept. And understanding limited guardianship is very different from a total guardianship. The Mental Health Care Act, on the other side, that's an act of 2017, so that's after this, has another concept of having a nominated representative. So there is a bit of a difference in the two. Nominated representative will include any decision, every decision, whereas under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, a limited guardianship is with respect to a specific decision, a specific period, a specific situation with respect to the person with disability. The method of achieving both of these are to go to the district court and make an application for appointing a guardianship. If it's under the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act, it's with a specific cause or a specific situation or a specific situation. If it's under the Mental Health Care Act, it's inclusive. But the, like ma'am was saying also, that the medical tests to identify, distinguish, I believe there is still some minor, there is still some gap in that respect, because karyotyping is not recognized as a test under the Indian system. And so sometimes when you approach the court and the court says, please go to a medical board and have yourself examined, what is the result of that examination? Of course, we will know that there is Down syndrome, but the medical board is supposed to answer what is the amount of disability, what is the percentage of disability, is there more intellectual disability, is there more physical disability, and a combination of all those disabilities will give you a percentage number. If it's more than 40%, it becomes a benchmark disability, and therefore, under benchmark disabilities, there are an additional set of rights available under the Act, which is right of free education, a right of appointment in government jobs. But that is a very secondary aspect. The first and foremost aspect is, once the medical test is done, how relevant is it to determine legal capacity and appointment of a guardian? Now, different laws have different ways of seeing this. The erstwhile IPC, now the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, talks of legal consent. It says that a child under 12 is generally not capable of giving consent, but a person over 18 is capable of giving consent. You also have the Contract Act, which says that a person of sound mind can enter into a contract. However, there is jurisprudence on the field which shows that even if a person is ordinarily of unsound mind at some stages, in the lucid intervals, when they can understand, they can make decisions and they can give, enforce their rights. So when it comes to legal guardianship, if a person with disability, specifically with Down syndrome, in one of the intervals where the medical where the medicals can certify that yes, this is a period when they are capable of understanding things, capable of understanding the consequences of the decision, understanding what they're doing, and then in that interval, they wish to appoint a guardian for a specific purpose, for a specific act, then it can be easily done. Whereas when it comes to when a person with disabilities is not capable of understanding what is happening, in that situation, it is a gray area, because things like medical treatment, how to deal with bank accounts, how to deal with finances, how to deal with, and I'm sure this is a question that is very difficult to deal with, but parents wondering how should they plan their succession or inheritance when it comes to a child with special needs or their child with special needs. And the fear that whether the person, will remain safe in their decisions with the property, with the inheritance, or with the decisions that they are taking in the interest of their child. These are gray areas. They're very difficult to answer and very difficult to also traverse emotionally as well. But this is where clarity and communication, I feel, is most important. This is something that I've read going through the medical literature in the field, that it's very easy to communicate with children and persons with Down syndrome. You just have to find the right moment to do so and document it, so that when the stage comes at a later time, when you wish to exercise that option or you wish to remind them that, look, this is the conversation we've had and this is what we've done, in that scenario, it comes back and the person is able to realize that, yes, I had done this and I will go through ahead with this. So that is something that the parents can do when it comes to, dealing with future aspects, with communicating with ease. But the questions of appointing a guardian, I think they are the most important ones. Without fail, one must think of how to do it, when to do it, and what all to include in it, and must do so. In this also, in fact, it depends on the child's capacity or the person's capacity, what all they are understanding. Certain decisions can also be left to the children or the persons with disabilities with Down syndrome. Certain decisions that they are capable of undertaking, taking forward. And so only limited guardianship can be dealt with, rather than something overarching or overbearing where, their entire life decisions are handed over to somebody else. And that is what the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act says, that we will only allow those portions to be, under guardianship where individual or consent is not possible, but where children can understand or persons can understand what they have to do and how to take their life forward. In those aspects, we will not interfere and give them that autonomy. So that is a very crucial aspect of the guardianship under the Disabilities Act.
Thank you for that intervention. What I like about the panel is the diversity of issues that we are discussing. I was thinking many a times we are a country where we have been first in many of these so-called rights. Day before yesterday, our regional director of UNICEF was meeting the Union WCD minister. And if you go to the Twitter handle of the Union WCD minister, she has tweeted, "Happy to meet the regional director for UNICEF country representative and discuss child rights." India is one of the countries that has, as rightly said, not just actively pursuing all the rights given to the children in the most widely ratified legal document, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, 33 years now. But also, there's another space here, which is the Convention of the Rights, very rightly mentioned, Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. India became a signatory in 2007 or 9, as it was mentioned, and then immediately afterwards, within a few years, all these provisions are made. But we must keep reminding ourselves this disparity, which is not because of intent. And I'm not just saying because I work in the India country office, but having moved globally, looking at big countries, the largest population in the world, it's not China, it's India now. So it's not because of lack of intent, not because of lack of policy instruments, but because, as we all hear, there are so many nuances at so many different stages where you need these instruments for people to fully utilize them, leverage them. And that is where the power of multiple stakeholders coming in. So for example, I would remind all of us, I and Amita, we were discussing, it's good to see the 7,000 parent society. What proportion of these parents are from villages who's going to earn daily wage in Manrega with a Down's child at home? When will we reach them? So I think the next steps should be that there is intent, governments are working towards it, and as Dr. Naveen sir has said, we were having a session on inclusive early childhood development, disability inclusive early childhood development, where there was chief secretary of one of the states, additional chief secretary of another state, Suresh Prabhuji, ex-union minister from Dr. Naveen Thakkar sir was there in that panel. This session I deliberately realized that, we have this special cohort, so we were discussing Downs. But there is another issue that we must remember. There are so many other issues which affect children who have special needs. So another also important aspect would be that while we continue focusing on some of the specific issues with the children with Down syndrome, we should also rally and come together to make it a wider group with children with special needs. And why that is important? Because, when your voice amplifies, then you become a force multiplier. Otherwise, if you look at, for example, even UNICEF. So for a country like India, the mortality burden is so high that despite being, the mortality burden in terms of absolute numbers is so high that despite being spotlighted as an exemplar country in a March 25 release of global mortality estimates for children, fastest decline for a country in the SDG era from 2015. But we are the most populous country. So despite the world reducing by 40%, India is reducing by 70%. When it comes to absolute numbers, we become the biggest cohort. So I think future, that would also be important. But I want to still, what Surekha ma'am said, keep reminding everyone. And these are global estimates, not from India. Children with special needs, 49% more likely to have never attended school. 34% more likely to be stunted, 25% more likely to be wasted, 41% more likely to feel discriminated against, and 51% more likely to feel unhappy in their daily lives. These are global estimates. This is not just for India, and that's the reality. So thank you for reminding us, and that is where we need to help all of us. Now I would like to go to our next panelist, Satyaprakash Das ji. Yes, so who's the senior advisor to Blockchain for Impact. And you know, the inclusion for this was that we have a partnership with Blockchain for Impact, which started with UNICEF during COVID times. And in today's times, and I will leave to you to say why, we see so many philanthropic efforts with solid purpose and the intent of helping others and doing some good for the society. So we thought of including you. And the specific question is, you have been incubating so many innovations, and what can be done in this space to support children with special needs?
Thank you. Namaskar. I came at 2 a.m. last night from Berlin, but the powerful performance by Bubbly just woke me up. Right? I'm not feeling sleepy. The AC is cold, but the warmth of the people here is just wonderful. I think that is what I wanted to say. Before coming, I had a discussion yesterday or day before yesterday with Dr. Amita. We said we'll talk briefly about what's happening, about the panel, what we should be talking about. And that brief discussion went on for 58 minutes, almost an hour. Okay. And just goes to show, you know, how everybody is interested to elevate the situation that we are facing in India. I have a couple of submissions to the people here. The panel is just an awesome leadership panel, and the parents and the children and other delegates. I represent Blockchain for Impact. The reason I stand here is today because of an amazing leadership that we have. Sandeep Nailwal, who is in the Middle East, Dubai, he's an Indian. During COVID, he was really taken by what was happening globally, but also in India. And he gave close to $60 million to really do pandemic relief work, wherein we gave close to, I don't know, 55, 60 organizations to work at the grassroots levels, from you know, surveillance to looking at patients with COVID and oxygen concentrators. All of that we did, including, aapko yaad hoga, sorry, there are some people who may not know Hindi here. All the vaccines that we had were injectable. I mean, they needed syringes. They were not like polio vaccines, right? So we ran out of syringes during COVID times. And thanks to the benevolence of Sandeep, what happened was through UNICEF and Government of India, because of the contribution by BFI, we could procure 170 million syringes. So 1 in 6 COVID vaccination in this country is thanks to BFI. We've been very quiet and understated, but I just wanted to bring you to that fact. We have an amazing leadership here also with Dr. Gaurav Singh, who is actually in Europe today. He's our CEO. A couple of my colleagues are here, Dr. Ram and Dr. Sonalika. Please raise your hands. They're in the back, and many others. Please visit us in our booths too. My understanding of disability, one of which I do suffer as well. I don't know whether the government of India considers that. I suffer from, it's on YouTube, but I don't mind saying that, from Crohn's and ulcerative colitis. And I'm on steroids every day. And I feel incontinent every morning. But, you know, is there recognition of the fact? No. Is there awareness? No. So awareness is important, right? And I think it's great to hear Dr. Ramachandran and others what they have done in the last 20 years, 30 years of the work. But unless we build our own solutions, nobody's going to make solutions for us. And COVID showed us that. So my submission is, how do we make solutions for India, which can also be used by the rest of the world, right? And that is my first proposition. With BFI, we are really a vertically integrated nonprofit organization. We work at the grassroots levels at one side. We work with researchers on the bench, in laboratory scientists on the other. So that is the connection we want to build, so that people who are at the bench also understand people who are at delivering those solutions at the doorstep. And this is by bringing researchers, research institutions, we have 15 of them now, incubators, where a lot of startups are there, and medical colleges all onto one platform, connecting them to people who are delivering, implementing these solutions at different districts across India. Now, I haven't seen an organization like this happen in India. We're just 3-4 years old, and amazing young leadership. As you can see, Ram is right there in the back. So this is what BFI does. My other hat that I use, and you know, almost 12, 13 years back, I was part of the founding team of BIRAC, which is a Government of India agency by DBT that promotes a lot of startups in India and in biotech, biomed. And here is what I'm going to say, that a lot of these things, a lot of solutions are being made in India. Many of them could be used for our children and adults and persons with DS, but we don't know. I will play a game here now. I mean, how many of you are clinically trained doctors? Raise your hands. Okay, yes. Okay, how many of you are molecular biologists kind of doctors? Raise your hands. So it's me. And other kind of doctors, PhDs, raise your hand. Parents, raise your hands. Right? And right. So let's play a game. How many of you know a company called Biabo? One? Nobody? She knows? I love it. Okay. Right. I'm impressed. Okay. How many of you know a company called Remedio? Well, I know why Ram knows it, but okay. I mean, panel, you see, nobody is raising their hands in the panel. Okay. I'll just say a few others' names. BrainSight AI. Sana, she doesn't count because she works from, oh, Sana is also here from BFI, yes. BrainSight AI, nope, nobody. Okay. Niramai? Okay, few, I'm happy that few, but none from the panel, none from the doctors here. Let's see. Monitra? Nope, nope. Okay, lovely. And Prante, no? Many others. So we, in the last 12 years, there could be around 10,000 biomed, biotech startups building cutting-edge technology that can deliver solutions on the ground, not just in India, but globally. I just took 5 names, and hardly anybody who knows about it. Which one? Precigenetics. So there's one. Again, ma'am has a startup. Her daughter is an entrepreneur. My proposition is this. In India, we are not bringing these innovators in touch with the clinicians, right? And one of the things that BFI we want to do is exactly that. Not just fund these technologies, but bring them to the notice of the clinician. I'll just take Remedio, for example, has a fundus on phone that can detect, retinopathies and many other eye conditions. Really, you can take it to the PhD levels if you want it, right? BrainSight AI, again, women-led startups, Lina and Rimjim. One of them, Rimjim did her PhD in NIMHANS. They are building connectomes, brain maps that are also being utilized by neurologists, for example. Niramai, as many of you know, is touchless breast cancer detection, but a lot of AI-powered clinical decision-making startups are happening in India, which can really bring many of these solutions for our friends here, right? I'll just give you one more. Physi, for example, Statoon Labs, is a physiotherapy startup that tracks muscle health during rehab, right? So we have quite a few startups that are doing amazing work. How can you draw the Venn diagram of what they are doing and what we need here, and whether there is a commonality there? There is biodesign programs, there are design programs that are happening all across India. So one of the things that we want to do is really promote innovators who can go into communities, or what we call as human-centered design. And BFI, Ram said in the morning to me, I was less groggy than he was, even though I traveled for 20 hours. He said, sir, you know that BFI's heart is inclusion, and inclusion for everything, right? If you're making a solution, it has to be inclusive. So the design principles that our innovators use, maybe they haven't been made aware about the needs of the design principle needed for our patients here, our people with DS here. And can we have a design-centered approach of really creating innovators that come and be here and then go into, talk to parents, talk to our children, talk to adults, talk to our clinicians, and then design really technologies that would be beneficial for all of us here, right? And so I cannot commit on behalf of BFI, but I'll definitely nudge BFI to have a couple of fellows that can go into our communities with DS and think for solutions. I think this is what it, and add to it. I'll end with this. The last, all the interventions have been amazing, but Mr. Sahani's intervention on, how do you benchmark consent, all these things, contracts, for example. These are real things that we all deal with as parents, as families, and this is something that we have to take into account also, Ram, when we design these programs, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Satyaprakash. And thanks to Ram, I'm looking at Ram, and this was actually true. We dumped syringes from all over the world, and we were being accused of being inward-looking, not allowing others to have access to syringes. And then later, Government of India's capacity to turn around things such a speed that India produced syringes itself, and then these syringes were being used in AIIMS and other places. So amazing. That kind of intent, 5 days, 6 days, 10 days in decision making. And I hear that now you'll nudge, and that nudging will mean a lot. I have seen very closely how the team is working. Now, 10:30, we have to vacate the hall. So what I'm going to do is ask Smita ma'am, we know her work of some of the things that Surekha ma'am mentioned, that often our children, they face multiple other comorbidities, but they get neglected, and she's worked a lot in many areas. Ma'am, with your intervention and invitation to the children, so that next 9 minutes, at least we have some of the thing that we had planned. We have planned some. follow up with the children? Yes, so we have 9 minutes, ma'am. If you want to
5
invite-
minutes actually. So I will prefer to take 5 minutes only, 5-7 minutes. Thank you so much for inviting me for this particular gathering. And the early intervention makes lot of changes which I have seen. And once upon a time, I am going to summarize, but in my own way, why I am here as a person with the Down Syndrome Society, Down Syndrome Federation of India. Because once upon a time, I got many children having Down syndrome, not diagnosed at the peripheral level, because I was running a charitable program for the underprivileged children born with the heart defect. So either they were not being diagnosed or they were never told that it could be a Down syndrome because of the some kind of hesitation on pediatrician part. And as Dr. Naveen Thakkar, he is my senior and guide. So he himself accepted that the acceptance for the Down syndrome is less, and that is what Dr. Rekha Ma summarized in her lecture, that it was really big thing. So then I thought of a home care management of the Down syndrome baby, where we get a B-grade cities or even remote area, mothers, they are literate, they should be trained, there should be a PowerPoint over every city, sitting there, they should not only guide the children, but they should be a pressure point for the surrounding gynecologist, obstetrician and radiologist for making early diagnosis. At least if you are not making an early diagnosis, you are losing all the time. Unfortunately, I got a patient of 14 years old and cyanotic CSD coming on the back of the father. And obviously, I thought, because I was running a program accepted by government of Madhya Pradesh, was the child was never offered the surgery. Why? So he said, I said ki financial constraint was not there, then why? So he said ki pediatrician said that you should not get operated because it's already Down syndrome, what will you achieve? So that was the turning point, because if you are losing the time where a child learns how to learn, so that time we should not lose. So these are the things. So I think the early intervention is very important. That is what everybody has pointed out. And about the child rights is a big chapter. And I think there are a lot of gray area, as said by the sir. And definitely I have very less time to speak on this, and I cannot actually hold myself back from getting into my own experience. I am so sorry, and thank you so much. I think I will finish.
And I know, this is such an emotional topic. We can go on and go on and go on, and sometimes even I can forget that I work for with the government in a multilateral agency, but I want our children to perform before we vacate the hall. So thanks to all the panelists, and this is just a beginning of a lot of things that we need to continue to do. Thank you. Yeah, we'll take a picture of the group, and then we'll ask
Yes.
our children to come forward.
Yeah, we request panelists to please come together for a group. Yeah.
हम बहुत नजदीक हैं पहले ही और नजदीक आ जाते हैं.
Yes. दिलों की दूरियां तो कम हो गई है. Let's get together for the picture.
Thank you.
Can we have an applause for this phenomenal panelists? You can do better, parents. Keep your cameras aside.
Thank you. Bachcho, please come.
And every move made by the children is talking about the hard work put by the Rekha Ma and all the parents, their confidence, their effort.
Yes. My mentor says dialogue is a crucial tool for understanding and building bridges between people. Engaging in thoughtful discussions, listening with empathy, and sharing one's conviction can inspire others and help them find their own path. We know in our hearts that we as parents felt being seen, appreciated, welcomed and heard today after listening to all our panelists. Can we have the round of applause for this amazing team in front of you? Now, behold, audience, we are thrilled to present our performers who are rocking every stage here in the heart of the nation, right from the Purple Fest of President House all to the common places like CP and all. So, Mr. Aditya and group, under the guidance of their Guruma, Nupur Mehra, is here in front of you. And audience, now you will experience the pure joy of what is called the pure joy of being you. Let's learn it from the technical team. Can we have the music, please?
मैं तो बादलों से दूर जाऊंगी, मैं तो अपना ही सुर पाऊंगी, है जो क्रेजी क्रेजी सपने मेरे सारे चुन के मैं बुन आऊंगी। हमारा इस दुनिया की हुई नहीं, मैं अपनी ही दुनिया बनाऊंगी। कि जिंदगी
We request the group to be here, please. We have our panelists to want to have the photographs with you. Come here, come here.
Bachcha log, you have no idea how we were holding ourselves from dancing with you.
We are very proud and thrilled to present the hand-painted portraits of one of our champion from Ahmedabad, Abir. He's 10 years old. And we really wanted to reach out to the panelists because the way they touched our hearts and felt us included was really awesome feeling we had from the long time. Thank you so much, everyone. We have a phone with us, which is raised here in the hall. The girl is waving it. If it is was from the last panel of somebody, please connect us. Or I hope it is not of the people who are here right now for the next session.
Good morning. Namaskar. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday morning. And it does show the commitment of all of us towards building a resilient healthcare system, something that we feel, we have always felt is very critical to all of us, considering the kind of challenges we are facing. And considering that we have not only been able to navigate our lives through COVID, but we had so many expectations of healthcare, of building a future in healthcare. When I say future, it's in terms of building the capacity to take on the challenges of what the healthcare system is going to throw on us, right from the supply chain disruptions we saw, right from the fact that physical infrastructure came under so much limitation in terms of patients accessing, especially during COVID, considering that so many policy regulations just moved after 15 years, for example, in telemedicine at that time. Also the fact, I know I was in healthcare, we faced such a colossal shortage of healthcare workers. And it was not just doctors, but across the healthcare spectrum, and not just in India, not just in South Asia, but globally. And of course, there have been regional disparities that, brought to our attention the fact that despite what we talk of One Health, the basic truth is that we are still inequitable in our access to healthcare. In many aspects, affordability is a big issue. And I think in more important is, are we really empowering the patients? Are we really bringing patient-centric healthcare by bringing the right quality to our patients? So to speak all this, I couldn't have been more fortunate but to discuss with a host of experts on this panel, people that we all probably know and people that I have interacted with over my past 1 decade of intense healthcare work. And it's a delight to welcome all of you, and let's have a very engaging panel discussion. We would love to also take questions from you, so I am mindful of the time. And hence, as the hall fills up, let me just start with the panel introduction. I have on my right someone who's been a stalwart of healthcare, and I don't even consider Mr. C.K. Mishra as the representative of public sector of the government, but he's always been like one of us. He's been a mentor. Mr. C.K. Mishra has been the secretary in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He's held many positions, and he's superannuated as secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And isn't that amazing? Because healthcare today is at the intersection of all these areas: climate change, environment, technology. So who better than Mr. C.K. Mishra to have with us? And of course, Mr. Mishra, I'll never forget that you've been a leader in implementing Mission Indradhanush. So with so many pioneering initiatives that he undertook, let me also say that while I was in industry associations, and all of us who have been in our industry, we always realized that how important it was to set the expectations right with the government. And in Mr. C.K. Mishra, I found a mentor. We all found a mentor, a friend, a soundboard, who would guide us properly, so that this is the work of public policy, to see how we can really take forward the shared values with proper guidance with Mr. Mishra. Before I come to Mr. Mishra, let me introduce the others in the panel. Nilima Dwivedi, again, an amazing, amazing public policy professional and administrator. She has had 25 years of experience in corporate affairs, in public policy, CSR, and philanthropy. She's from MSD, but earlier she's done some great stints with PepsiCo, with Microsoft. Welcome, Nilima. We have with us Mr. Ashok Madan on my left. He's the executive director with none other than the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. He's an alumnus of IIFT, and he has been working with the pharma industry since 1973. On Mr. Madan's left is another amazing expert we have, Vinay Chausalkar, Account Director for Healthcare, Microsoft. Vinay is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. And what is very critical is how Vinay has been instrumental in forging partnerships across, as recent from my personal experience with Apollo also, where we've developed some amazing cardiac heart care scores and other risk factors. He is an expert in showing us how technology can really help in disease management. And to the extreme left is Dr. Rajiv Chibbur. He's the Vice President, External Affairs with Sahajanand Medical Technologies Limited. It's such a proud moment to have Rajiv with us, because Rajiv is the person who can really tell us about the strides that Indian medtech is taking globally and in India. thank you all for joining us. And without spending any more time in whataboutery, I'm going to come straight to the point of the future of healthcare. Mr. Mishra, if I can take this opportunity to ask you first. Today we are seeing another huge challenge when we speak of future of healthcare, and we were just talking about it. Healthcare needs funding, healthcare needs capacity building, innovations. Healthcare also needs a very proactive, favorable policy ecosystem for us to have a long-term system with global surveillance, a long-term system not only to have to address the challenges of NCD, but of what we call disease X. So what would you say, where is the policy framework in terms of its intent, in terms of the political will and implementation that can work to promote the future of healthcare?
Thank you, Vinita. Thank you so much. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very distinguished row to my right and left, so I'll leave very critical and technical issues to them, but just give you a screenshot of where we are. And to understand policy, it is essential to understand the problem. Because every policy, not just in India, everywhere, is a response to a particular situation. Healthcare is such an evolving, phenomena today that no single policy can fit it. Look at India, for example. First, we thought we will overcome communicable diseases. We didn't quite manage that completely when we were taken over by non-communicable diseases. We are still struggling to sort that out, and we are taken over by, what I would call emerging infectious diseases. Who would have imagined that we will sit in this hall and discuss the intersection of climate and health, for example? So it's a complicated, evolving scenario. And we are far from that stage. In fact, not long ago when I used to love to say that healthcare is all about accessibility, affordability. It's not, it's gone beyond that now. Investment gets you affordability, it will get you accessibility. But you have to be so, ready for change. And all this comes about only if we do our basics right. My firm belief is that if you do your basic thing right in healthcare, your future requirements reduce. And that, when I say that, I think one of the policy parameters that government should be looking at is a larger investment in promotive and preventive health. Otherwise, you get nowhere. For a population like India, for example, again, for this larger population, you can never provide for tertiary care. It's impossible. So therefore, the policy shift must be in the direction of containing it at the level where it can be contained. Let us be mindful of the fact that the latest war of climate on health impact is not just about, excessive heat or excessive rain or excessive floods. It's about life itself. There are studies which show that the entire disease pattern is changing. The new zoonotic diseases, for example, we've invited them on ourselves by entering into the territory of animals. They didn't come to us. We went into them, so we have a new crisis. One pandemic has made the world talk about preparedness, surveillance. So healthcare segment actually involves all this. And one critical factor which drives this apart from the political will, which is at the center of everything, is the right kind of investment. There are countries which have not made adequate investments. There are countries which have made excellent investment but not rightly. In a sphere of limited resources, you need to focus on what you want. And one of the greatest thing which is possible is to create platforms for cooperation, particularly at the regional level. You can't sort it out yourself. I mean, you need that leadership at the regional level, at the country level, and also at the community level if you really want to succeed in this. So healthcare today, I'm sure I'll come back with other things later, but healthcare today is changing, and we need to keep evolving our policies.
Very well said. And I'll come back to you on this huge challenge of taking leadership in healthcare, not just in India, but today with new challenges emerging with the US withdrawal from WHO and so much new silos being created. So Nilima, Mr. Mishra actually raised two very important points. One is that we are faced with absolutely new ecosystem of issues that we have to tackle. And you represent a very big set of industry in pharma, in vaccines, and also age-old issues of cancer, which are actually becoming the biggest cause of mortality in our own country. So tell me something, how is, in your view, pharma industry really recalibrating its R&D, its innovative capacity, not only to tackle these challenges, but also to tackle challenges of, say, antimicrobial resistance?
Yeah. So thank you, Vinita, and good morning to everyone. I think this is really a great question, and here I am not only speaking on behalf of my company, which is MSD, but also on behalf of the entire biopharmaceutical industry. So if you look at, you talked about the research and the future research, and if you look at the research which biopharmaceutical industry is involved, it is all science-based research. It's really very, very, it's at the heart of pharmaceutical industry. And if you look at, there are many things which we are providing. It has really brought a transformation in patients' life if you look at in any disease areas, right? You talked about NCD. If you look at in NCD, and if we primarily divide NCD, one, of course, is the cardiovascular management, second, cancer, and third, these are the key, right, diabetes. So in cardiovascular management, if you look at the research which has taken place, for example, the novel drug GLP-1 receptor, right? Similarly, there are so many, it has revolutionized through AI and various other technologies. In addition to that, in cancer care treatment, if you look at, there are so many, whether it is immunotherapy, whether it is targeted therapies, you talk about precision medicines. I think these are all the contribution of the pharmaceutical industry, which has brought these precision medicines, immunotherapy, CAR T cell now we are talking about. These are all the research outcome of the pharmaceutical industry. Similarly, in diabetes management, if you look at, there are so many new molecules which have been invented, and they are doing so well, and it's really helping patient in managing diabetes and also getting cured. Vinita, you talked about antimicrobial resistance. That is one of the key issue which the entire public health is facing right now, and so the pharmaceutical industry. Because the research which is conducted, as you all know, the billions of dollars goes into research, then finally you get maybe a drug which is successful, right? And if we don't have those good practices, if we are not using these antibiotics responsibly, I think we develop resistance, right? And there are so many cases around it. So pharmaceutical industry continue to do research, continue to bring out new antibiotics, new alternate therapies towards antimicrobial resistance. So repurposing many medicines, many drugs towards to combat AMR. So a lot of research work going on and is continuing. I'll just cite my example of my company, MSD. So if you look at MSD, this is in the forefront of scientific research, which is helping patients across the world in various disease areas. If you look at, in fact, so many very first molecule, best in class, first in class have come out of MST's lab. We really take pride. The vision is inventing for life. And it really talks about that these are all life-saving drugs. And even today, currently, more than in 20 disease areas, which is the global burden of disease areas, MSD continues to work. We have either product or the products in pipeline to really address these top 20 disease areas. You also talked about, I just wanted to mention that since we are talking about research, preventive healthcare is another area where MSD and all these biopharmaceutical industries heavily focused upon. So many new vaccines have come, and these vaccines are doing wonder. It's a preventive care. We always talk about prevention is better than cure. And happy to also see the way Government of India and also in South Asia, this has been adopted. So many vaccines have come under universal immunization program. Merck own vaccine, and I'm very happy to learn that now HPV vaccine is also going to be included under national immunization program soon as per the recent announcement made. So we are really looking for these development, and as a biopharmaceutical industry, we all really look forward to partner in this endeavor. Because again, cervical cancer, when we talk about this, is one of the second highest, it has disease burden. And when WHO wants to eliminate this, if the South Asia is not really, like, no, there is no elimination here, it would never achieve this goal. So yeah.
Thank you, Nilima. I'll come back to you. There are certain questions that connect both what you have said and Mr. Mishra said about preventive healthcare, that I'll come back to you, both of you too. Mr. Madan, you represent the drugs industry body as a whole. And from what we are hearing, there's a great need to, and I'm not saying this hasn't happened, there have been very many government interventions, policy frameworks have been modified time to time. However, to do what both Nilima has mentioned and Mr. Mishra said, that we need to focus more on, say, preventative healthcare. We need to ensure that the supply chain ecosystem remains intact if there's a zoonotic virus that suddenly, a disease X comes tomorrow. What role can industry bodies like yours play, along with policy framework, to give the right nudges so that, we are prepared for, anything from rising NCDs to faster access to essential drugs, to ensure that, investments are moving? Any views that you may have as an industry body, or anything that you feel a government in South Asia should really focus on?
Vitaji, thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. My esteemed panel members and the esteemed audience, I represent Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. The association, I just said, are two lines. It was formed way back in 1961. We are the largest association in the pharma sector in the country and also in the world. We have more than 1,100 members, and our membership comprises the small, medium, and the large enterprises. Now, when we look at the associations, we are basically a bridge between the manufacturers and the regulators and the government when we talk about. Now, when we look at our own situation during the pandemic times and how the associations had moved, that will tell us the type of coordination which had resulted to have the capacity to produce almost 80 to 90% of the capacity preparations, especially when the attendance was down to 35 to 40%. During the COVID times, you find the employees were not able to make it to the units, 35 to 40% extra people were not available, and the total production was at around 80%. Still, we were able to meet the requirements of the country and beyond the frontiers also. That was the thing. Now, when we look at the pandemic position, we are aware the total systems had broken. The supply line had gone bad. Manufacturing on the floor was efficient, but when we were looking at the logistics, they had gone haywire. We were not getting the goods, we were not getting the shipments coming. Now, with one particular portion in China gone berserk, the Wuhan, we find the entire thing had been impacted throughout the world. So the need would be in such cases that we have, even within the country, the clusters are which geographically divided in different areas, maybe north, west, east, south. If one particular area is impacted, then we have the other areas which can feed the things. We have a reliance on the other areas. It should not become that only the cluster is there in a particular area in the south or in the west.
Mr. Madan, I want to intervene. What an important point you've raised, which I missed out, especially in a country like India, where healthcare is also so much in the hands of the states.
Well, being a federal system, we appreciate. It is a system where the states have their own say, central government has its own say, and we do come across cases where the central government issues certain summons or certain notices, which we find sometimes are not getting implemented at the ground level because there's some friction we need to accept at the state level. So that does come in. Now, when we were talking about the COVID time, you see, we were finding that in a particular area like Badi, the employees were coming from 3 to 4 states. That time we had the curfew passes. How the employees would reach the unit, that was becoming a major problem for us. And from every state, we had to seek the permission for the movement of the employees. At that time also, our associations, whether it was IDMA or the regional associations, they came into working. It happened in case of Daman Deep also. The same problem were felt in many other areas. The goods were moving on the road. They had the passes. The truck had the passes. The driver had the proper documents with him. But still, the vehicles were impounded. The drivers were kept in the jail. Other thing happening was that goods were ready in the warehouse. Production was on, but we were not able to move the goods. In that case also, the production had to be stopped, but where to keep the goods? So at times, it was the associations, the local bodies prevailing in those areas which came to the rescue of the industry. And we were able to see that we were able to connect to the government. And at that time, we would like to applaud the coordination what we received from the government and our regulators. Even if we are giving a call at night at 11 o'clock, so this is, I would like to say for our Secretary DOP, Dr. Vaghela was there at the helm at that time. We will get a reply from him at 11:15, 12 o'clock. They were all awake. They were all available to the industry. They were all working for the public. And COVID, yes, it was there, but then it brought certain blessings also for us. We were able to see the best type of coordination, which we would prefer that minus the COVID, it continues. Thank you.
So this is wonderful, and I'll come back to all the panelists here on, you know, how is it very important for private sector and public sector to work together in the creation of future of our healthcare ecosystem, the associations and all the other providers, and especially when all the committees are formed, because you made a point that in COVID especially we saw a seamless coordination. You were getting responses within seconds. Why is it that we still find ourselves, and I'm not being critical of anyone here, when, you know, the moment a consultation paper is moved, why before that consultation paper is moved is not industry or, you know, other members consulted, which is an important issue in developing policy frameworks, and we'll come back to it. But let me come to Vinay. Vinay, you know what, AI is a buzzword. Even today when you open the newspaper, you know, you see AI, and, you know, even when you see layoffs happening in a lot of industry, they say, you know, everyone should train in AI and be ready for the future of workforce. Now, healthcare is one area where, as it is, we have a lot of shortages of workforce, but there's also a lot of resistance in the workforce to, you know, spend time away from patients to learn AI, yet knowing that AI can help us. So here's my question to you. What can you share with us in terms of scalable, successful models of AI in healthcare, for instance, which is something that has to come in the radar of everybody in the ecosystem, policy, patients, and providers. You want to give us any example? You want to, you know, just show to us how is it that AI and technology can really help in disease management as we go along?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Vinita. So, good morning, everyone. We all talk of AI today, but AI is not really new. AI is at least a few decades old. What is new is Gen AI. It is, as of today, about 2.5 years old. And this is probably, probably the most, the fastest diffused technology that we have seen, at least in my generation for sure. And I'm pretty old. So, and the reason this happened so is, what Gen AI does is it is extremely powerful for a multitude of scenarios, not just healthcare. And it is also equally easy to use. I would assume almost everyone here has tried out some form of AI, right? Either a chat GPT, Perplexity, Copilot. Yeah, Copilot, we would be happy if you use Copilot. But yeah, so, and there is a reason for that. It has become extremely easy to use. And that also brings to the point that you're talking about, Vinita. This form of AI does not require you to take time away from what you're doing to learn it. What you have to do is you have to keep experimenting with it for what you need to do. For example, for the preparation for this discussion, I have used Copilot extensively, and it has been, amazingly helpful for me. So that's one point I would like to emphasize that, and this is especially true for healthcare. AI is a tool. The doctor and the clinical staff are in charge of the patient's medical outcomes, and they will continue to be in charge of the patient's medical outcomes. AI is not going to replace by any stretch of imagination. AI is always going to be a tool. So that's the first point I would like to make. Coming to what is happening today, right? So healthcare and education are considered two of the highest impact areas for AI. And healthcare, it is for multiple reasons. The biggest is data. As Mr. Mishra said, I could actually connect to multiple points of how AI has to go along with what is required for public policy. So one of the points he mentioned was that the root cause, if you know, then things become much more simpler, right? So with AI also, the key is data. The key is absolute, the first thing is data. So you need to have really good quality data for you to have effective solutions on this. But within that, we are seeing, and data is huge. For example, we have one solution which is getting quite popular. Even Apollo does a lot of work on that, which is remote monitoring. So there are devices which take about 12 parameters or per minute per patient. And throughout the day, it is in thousands. The number of measurements that they take are in thousands. It is impossible for a doctor to actually go through this entire data. But AI is extremely well suited for analyzing or pattern matching detection for those kind of scenarios, right? So we have a number of cases that are happening today where patients are being monitored 24/7. I think many of us have these smartwatches which are also doing the same thing. We may not know the full power of what these devices are capturing, but analysis of this data, giving preventive inputs to the patients is already happening at scale. And if you look at, say, detection, you talked about detection and at scale, right? So if you look at one of the key parameters which really can make the maximum impact on the quality of detection on the ground, it is access in rural and underserved areas. And there are tools. I think there was one project that was done in Andhra Pradesh, a risk stratification project in 2019 or so. And so what was done was the ASHA workers were given a checklist to capture the data, and an algorithm ran in the back to tell the workers the risk probability of each patient. So they were able to identify cohorts. So for example, they would say in this district, the inclination of the population towards a particular disease, like say cardiovascular or diabetes or whatever, is much higher. And hence the investment could be much better targeted. Now with AI, that has become way more powerful. For example, Microsoft has a solution called as an Azure Health Bot, which an organization can include in their solution. And there would be people in whichever part of the country who can input their symptoms on a chatbot on a mobile, and the relevant clinician at different levels would be able to understand the situation, Many of the scenarios, the bot itself would give some sort of a preliminary diagnosis, and wherever a triaging was required for a senior intervention to happen, that could happen. So we have many such scenarios going on.
Thank you for mentioning that. And it was not just, like you said, AI has been an old tool. And to be honest, Mr. Mishra, if you remember during COVID, government brought out one of the best diagnostics. I mean, you could at least be stratified based on whether you may be a COVID risk patient or not. And so did many private sector hospitals, where you could just go on your smartphone, put on your symptoms and know whether you had reached that threshold or where you could be called a patient with COVID or not. And this really helped us triage the patients when they were coming to the hospital. So it was such a useful tool at that time when we were really in the middle of the crisis. And thanks also for pointing out today, and I think it will be useful if I tell this audience here, that today hospitals are actually using in the preventative care a lot of AI tools which help in risk stratification. So you get, for example, I know for Apollo is using clinical intelligence engine and a lot of parameters there, which immediately puts you in a certain risk category, and you know that you don't have to spend millions of money in going through all the preventative healthcare tests, but focus, for example, on the cardiovascular risk score. You get a score with, it actually gives you a probability of 80% or more based on AI tools on whether you will be prone to a heart attack in the next, say, 1 or 2 years. So, you start getting into that kind of preventative healthcare mode. And finally, for example, after COVID, I had that horrible COVID Delta, which everybody had. And for 1 year, I couldn't even breathe. I went through all tests, but it was this technology that helped me realize that I was a tachycardia patient. Because of COVID, I had developed arrhythmia. And it was only during my walks I started finding out that my resting heart rate would go up to 110. And no other test could do it but an AI-based tool. So I think data is the new oil even in healthcare, and thanks for bringing all these points together. But here I come to you, Rajiv, because I think the more we look at data, the more is the significance of the diagnostic industry, more is the significance of all the interventions. And it's really heartening to see how the Indian medtech industry is taking strides. So my question for you, for your opening remarks is, where do you see and how do you see medtech solutions really improving diagnostic accuracy, reducing delays, and helping in disease management, Rajiv?
Yeah. Thank you, Vinita, and thank you, everyone. I think a very good question, because what Dr. Mishra actually alluded to was how policy is made through a problem and what's the solution to the problem. And I think we all need to be a part of the solution. And one of the main questions that you also had is how will it have an impact on the public sector itself? And that is where one needs to understand that when we look at a possible PPP mode, it's not only the public-private partnership mode we need to look at. It's larger than that. And I've been terming it a couple of times, and we've been using this term almost in all public health forums, is the PPP now needs to, and especially post-pandemic and other epidemics that we normally see, the phrase needs to be rephrased as a partnership for a public purpose. Unless we really work towards it, I think none of the technologies that we developed through possibly AI, or none of the technologies that we, what Nilima was talking about on vaccines and the CAR T cells and all that, will really have an impact and will really be able to deliver to the last mile person. So, in medical devices, and thankfully, this pandemic did glare at medtech in a large way, because at one point of time, India was not a net producer of a lot of medtech devices. And today, if you look at it, in a lot of areas, whether it is consumables, whether it is disposables, whether it is implants, or in fact electronics and instruments and diagnostics, IVDs, we have now started to become net exporters. And this is a sea of a change. When the Prime Minister actually from the ramparts of Red Fort on 15th August said that the medical device sector is now a sunshine sector that we are focusing on, he really meant it, because I think when he had a meeting with all of us during immediately, the second wave of COVID, he said that let's try to ramp up everything. And that is where the domestic industry started to also participate. Innovation was something that was done only through large sectors. I mean, large companies like myself. I mean, we were able to take innovation to a next level because we understood innovation required R&D. We understood innovation required, meeting policy makers and trying to talk to them about how that could be the next tool towards impacting public health. But then it was, the smaller companies, the SMEs and the MSMEs, who could not really take pace of it. And I think post-pandemic, the kind of funds which were available, the kind of partnerships which the government really wanted to delve into, and the last mile deliveries that Ashokji just mentioned about was really fortified. It really became a tweezer where everyone participated, whether they had the wherewithal at that point of time financially or not. But yes, they knew that if we have an idea, if we have a technology, let's take that technology to a larger height. And then came the PLI, scheme and the other schemes which the government of India really rolled into. I wouldn't say that they've started to make a dent right now, because it's just been like 2 or 3 odd years that most of the PLI greenfield projects or brownfield projects have started to really churn out the production, the capacity. But yes, the diagnostic sector, the implant sector, if you look at other sectors, they've really benefited from the entire access to innovation theory that started to develop in India. Largely, it was MNCs that were talking about it, and we used to think, yes, they are saying something which we need to develop upon. But then the medtech industry in India really caught up to it. And today, if you look at all parameters, whether it is also delving into AI, I mean, everyone is moving into that direction where innovation, where your intellectual property rights are now being recognized. We also looked at even an incremental recognition of innovation which happened. That was something that India was never inclined towards, because we thought that maybe the market isn't there. But today the market has outgrown. If you look at the medtech market pre-COVID, it was just like a $7.5 billion market. Today in 2025, we are sitting on a $16 billion market. And by 2030, as per DOP's latest data that we've got, the same market will cross around $35 billion. And possibly by 2047 will touch almost equal to the pharma sector, around 250 billion plus. So it's not like the same old story that where the medtech sector was the dwarf cousin of the pharmaceutical sector. We've really grown and matured now, and I think nascency for the last 15 years has really taught us that if we don't paddle the right way and at the right leading seat, will not be able to really make improvements into it.
No, thank you so much, and I'll come back to you. Some questions are coming to my mind, but very important question, Rajiv, after you've spoken, and I'm not going to leave Mr. Mishra here without asking this question. Mr. Mishra, you've seen healthcare evolve through different kaleidoscopes, through different ministries, through the tough time of COVID as well, right? There has been one challenge where I too, having worked at least for years, less than yours, but I have worked in this sector and in private sector for a long time. When I look at the challenge and the opportunity, for example, that Rajiv was just speaking of, what Vinay just mentioned, we're sitting on billions of dollars of growth potential for India, for instance. Yet at the same time, NCDs in our country kills, if I may use that word, almost 60% of the population. The emerging zoonotic viruses, are we still ready to have that capacity and investment? So my question to you is that when you look at all these opportunities where India can take leadership, and we look at the challenges we are facing, it looks like, we are sometimes on the cusp of just jumping and taking that opportunity. And yet, when we look at the ground realities, to me, what appears as a big challenge is the mistrust. Whether you see it globally, whether you see it within our country, whether you see it in South Asia, nobody is ready to trust the other party. Sitting in the government, what would you really feel is the trend towards building more trust? Can India really take this leadership?
Thank you, Vinita. That's a tough one because nobody trusts anyone anyway. But if you permit, I'll just spend 1 minute on a couple of remarks of what has gone on. Mr. Madan mentioned the COVID pandemic and the response of the drug industry or government or anyone for that matter. And I still remember I used to chair the committee on COVID, and one of my jobs was to ramp up testing as much as we can. 10 days into that job, I realized that our capacities were limited. 6 months down the line, we had full capacity to cater to the entire population, and almost everything that we needed was made in India. So that is the kind of capacity the Indian industry has. But I always pray to God that to bring out that capacity and to actually take those learnings, we don't have to go through another COVID. You know, AI is a brilliant tool. Is the biggest thing that has happened in recent years. What I keep warning people, particularly in the healthcare industry, is judicious use of AI. It's very, very critical because it's about lives. And in Indian context, let me also say that, digital technology will never be equal to healthcare delivery. But without the technology, you will anyway not be able to deliver. So anyway, coming back to the trust issue. See, my experience tells me that if you want trust, the first step is credibility. And the credibility does not necessarily have to be in your mind. It must be in the mind of the person sitting in front of you as well. Hundreds and hundreds of PPP under the National Health Mission. Every state did diagnostics PPP, radiology PPP, what not. Majority of them failed. They failed largely because A, we write out agreements very badly, and B, somewhere on the back of the government officials working in the field, the question was, he's making money. So let us kind of squeeze him wherever it is possible. You know, you will see this more and more. And pardon me for what I'm going to say. The new growth of hospital sector in India is private equity investment driven. It's a brilliant thing because investment was not coming from anywhere. There's now resource available for Indian industry. But please understand that the investor's perspective and the hospital perspective is totally different. One is all about the ROI and the other is about healthcare. And this reconciliation must happen at some time if you really want to build trust with people. You know, we don't trust organ anyway. Multilateralism is going away because we didn't trust them. But the problem is that fundamentally, if you don't start trusting each organ, the organic growth will not happen. And how do you do that trust, build that trust? We will need to demonstrate that we do what we say and what we mean. There are huge issues. It's not just about he's profiteering and he's not profiteering. That's a minor issue. Even on technologies, we have differences of trust. Implementation, there are trust issues. So I would tend to think that both at a national level and at a regional level, we need to address this question by not putting our point of view, but actually taking the other person's point of view. I think we need to redefine this entire interaction. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And this was the question on my mind actually for all of us. But, you know, you very correctly said that, for example, the writing of contracts, it is a big issue. And we know because in PPPs, half the time we fail just trying to compete on L1 and realize that the quality component was much lower weighed. So while the private equity is getting into the hospitals, we need more beds. I also completely agree with you, and this is something we need to do as a joint exercise, you on this side and everybody on this side. And how can we really work towards a framework that is able to bring patient more empowered and in the center of what we call the value healthcare? Are we really going to deliver it? Whether we call a bundling of services, unbundling of services, develop PPPs, and we need more successful models. And I think a conference like WHS should be able to collect more such successful cases and bring them out in the platform. From PAFI, we have been working on a health council, which is actually talking to public professionals to see how we can bring out policy nudges in the policy frameworks that will help build mutual trust more than anything else. To you, Nilima, here is my question coming from here. You know, you all are working on the frontier of developing new technologies in vaccinations. You mentioned cervical cancer. But look at our own country. In the budget announcement, the government had brought in cervical cancer and getting vaccination, HPV, etc., to all the girls above that certain age. There is still a last mile accessibility issue in the whole of South Asia, and I'm not just talking of India. And I know how much you are working hard to bring partnerships with hospitals, bringing awareness in, say, cervical cancer alone. What, in your view, would it take for a company like yours and others to bring affordability in the focus of your marketing strategies, healthcare awareness programs, and in partnerships? And what would be your expectations of your partners down the value chain, who are ultimately, you know, I won't use the word tertiary care, but ultimately looking at both preventive care in, say, cancer and tertiary care to work closer with companies like yours to bring affordability into the spectrum of patients?
Great questions, first of all, Vinita. But when we talk about affordability and accessibility, you see, it's not that we as innovative companies are not mindful about affordability. We are very much mindful. There is huge emphasis on affordability and accessibility. And when we talk about, like, and here you talked about vaccine, HPV, there is, of course, like, no, we are working and we want to work with the government over here. And again, many a times it is perceived that something which is there prevalent, like, no, there is available in the market and the price point, so it may not be affordable, right? But of course, when it is national immunization program, when it is vaccinating the masses, I think, of course, this is a very, very different approach where even the companies wants to come up with a you can say cost-effective or India-specific pricing. That is one. In addition to that, if you talk about affordability, and I'll not only stick to vaccine right now, but also the other novel drugs, other innovative medicines, I think most of the companies are working, like patient assistance program is something which most of the companies have their robust plan around it. They are coming up with various innovative models to increase access and make it more affordable to the patients. Many, like, you know, whether it is, and there are various models. I will not go into detail about the models, but so many patient assistance program models are prevalent. I think there is a great gesture from government as well, where government has now announced, especially in life-saving drugs for cancer and for rare diseases, that for patient assistance program, the drugs which are being imported, there is a BCD exemption on that. There is a custom duty exemption. Also, so these things are being passed on to the patients by the companies. In addition to that, you talked about the other challenges. You see, the key objective and for all the companies, how can we really keeping patient in center, how can we really expand access and go and expand to the larger patient pool? And there are various, so patient access program, as I mentioned, there is a tiered pricing model. There are models where we as a company, we are working with financial institutions to help support patient, maybe interest-free loan for the patient who require. So these are the models, working with insurance companies, private insurance companies. I remember earlier critical care, especially all those critical for illness, there were no insurance, like for example, cancer, for other rare diseases. We are working that whether it is immunotherapy or any targeted therapy, they should be covered under the insurance program. And of course, there has been a great support from the government as well over here. But I think it's a journey, and we are really working on this, on this particular journey, especially to keep and really bring that affordability and accessibility. I also wanted to touch upon, Vinita, Ayushman Bharat, and we all take pride. It is one of the largest universal health coverage, right, covering more than 550 million population of our country. But what about the middle class? So when we talk about affordability, industry is really looking at the government to have this coverage, expansion of Ayushman Bharat for the missing middle, so that we could also expand access to those patients. We have covered bottom of pyramid, but yes, this is something where we really need government to focus upon and expand that, so that we work. Again, access to innovative therapies under Ayushman is something where we really aspire to partner with. So these are the areas
Excellent.
where...
And thank you for bringing that very important point of missing middle. In fact, I was going to come to Mr. Mishra also for his views, maybe after another couple of questions here. On, weren't the primary healthcare centers really going to be the fulcrum of our preventative healthcare, of diagnostics, and how do we really re-energize them for the future of healthcare? But to that I'll come later. On the missing middle, again, when you talk of patient-centric healthcare, there are 2 points that come to my mind, and I think many in the audience would also know about the patient assistance programs in Keynote and others, because I and my family have dealt with one such program. The thing is, the patient does share their data. They sign off on that paper saying, we are ready to share our data when we sign up on a patient assistance program on say immunotherapy, and you would be aware of that as well. And data is being monetized today. But it's still a great step towards aggregating data in certain treatments and getting at least co-pay model into India.
Exactly.
It's really a co-pay model where you pay part of the money and you share your data. But I'm sure more innovative models will make it more fair to the patients. I wanted to therefore ask you, Mr. Madan, in keeping all this in view, and since you brought up also the fact of how we suddenly saw the supply chain disrupting. Now, in APIs at that time, we all realized we had to get into more APIs, we had to get into more large and small molecules. In fact, yesterday I saw a very heartening piece of news from Biocon that they are going to, after the insulin drug was stopped, they are going to now bring out another generic drug which will help Indian patients at least, and globally to access that drug. What are still the challenges and opportunities for Indian drug manufacturers today? And where would you want to see the policy ecosystem to move faster? So that, like we discussed, the co-pay model, to improve the access to drugs for South Asian region.
Yeah, thank you, Nidhi. It's a good question. When we look at the drug industry and our basic unit of APIs, what we call as active pharmaceutical ingredients, the country is almost importing 75% or more of its requirements from a single source. That is a big question for us, for which the government got sensitized and the scheme PLI-1 was introduced. The PLI-1 was introduced only for the green units. At that point of time, we had requested the government that it should be extended to the brown units also, which were becoming the NPAs and which could have yielded the fruit much better and much earlier vis-a-vis the new units. Any new unit would take 3 to 4 years' time. So that was a stumbling block. By the time the unit comes into production, the scheme period would be over. But anyways,
the PLI 1, it was a amount of around 7,000 crores which was given for the promotion of the industry. It had never happened in the past 50 years. Then we had PLI 2, in which again the canvas was increased. Amount was 15,000 crores. Then we have now the PRIP coming in, which is to provide an impetus to the R&D, because innovation is the crux for our pharma industry. So when we look at the schemes, we find something amiss. Now, since I am talking from the association point of view, so my interest would also lie in extending the coverage to the larger number of units. In case of PLI 2, we observed 15,000 crores was there, out of which only 3,000 crores came for the medium enterprises. So that means almost around 10% of the amount was available. Now we are coming out with a scheme on the PRIP, that is promotion of the R&D. The corpus is 5,000 crores. And the amount which is being given for the medium enterprises and the startups is 125 crores over a period of 5 years. That means every unit will have hardly 5 crores available to them over a period of 5 years. And then they are expected to do into R&D, which I think requires much bigger amount.
Very important. So financing has come out. Yeah, you want to say something on this? Rajiv, you wanted to come in?
No. I'm saying on R&D, in fact, we require 10 times bigger if you look at...
So financing is one big issue of healthcare.
Financing is a big issue.
Big issue. Vinay, quickly, I would also like to open after both of you give some points on 2 questions I have to the audience. Mr. Mishra mentioned a very important point of the dark, if I can use the word, underbelly of AI as well, and that we need still to have a very, in-person healthcare system. Considering that, what is your, what have you really seen? What is your perspective on going ahead on the kind of guardrails or opportunities with the guardrails that AI can bring to the patients, which satisfies both sides, that we are doing a good job using AI. At the same time, where would you say, for example, DPDP is there, where the policy framework is there? Is it moving in the right direction of doing that, or would you like to see some other inputs go into it?
Yeah, thanks. So, see, the opportunities to realize the promise and what is required at a national level, right, are obviously immense. But I think there is one factor that is required to be done. While DPDP is going on, I would just like to draw a parallel. And this, what is required to be done in healthcare, is something that we have already done. So there is a parallel available in India. So if you look at the financial sector of the 1990s, we had these disparate banking systems with their own ways of keeping the records. Even from one branch to another branch, we could not transact easily, right? And now today we are able to transact across whichever entity. Not only has that happened for India, it has helped us create this entire digital stack, UPI, which is an asset for India to export to other countries also. If you look at healthcare, while we can continue to compete on trying to create our own DeepSeek, the Chinese model which came out recently, what we have, what is our strategic advantage today is the data. If we can leverage the data, we would be way ahead of the game. And for that, a similar transformation is required in healthcare on the data front, on the interoperability front. If we can do that, we can unlock data and we can realize the true promise where a simple device, maybe a ring, will capture all our parameters continuously. AI will silently work in the background, and it will become a preventive, personalized, prompting mechanism, which will bring down the cost, lead to self-care, and I mean, it's really there.
Challenge, Mr. Mishra, this interoperability and electronic health records, but I think the Substack, the National Health Stack, is working towards it. Rajiv, just a quick word from you on a similar thing that I asked Mr. Ashok, that what will it really take for new technologies to bring diagnostics to the doorstep of every person in South Asia and India?
Yeah, I mean...
in terms of policy also, what would you feel will help the missing middle get included?
No, absolutely. I mean, the missing middle is something that I think was addressed during the COVID pandemic, and as Mishra said, also said that at that time also this was something which was debated, but then left, to be addressed at a later time. But I think what has been now recognized, and the Indian industry has really moved its level I think 3 to 4 notches above to what it was really delivering was to really talk about how they can also be champions in fostering healthcare innovation. What was something amiss at almost a decade back is the thought that maybe it's not something which is the Indian industry that needs to really champion up to, was the R&D and innovation quotient. We've really looked at how recognition towards incremental innovation was a guiding force at that point of time. And today also, when we look at how diagnostics can make a difference, is only through a innovation incremental pathway that will take it forward. Look at the kind of kits that we have. It's every kit is now a multifarious kit. You would be able to not only do one kind of a test, but multiple tests in one go at a reduced cost. So affordability and availability is there. When you talk about accessibility, I think the supply chains have really mooted to almost the last mile delivery at all. I mean, we've seen deliveries being done in the remotest to remotest places. And today, in fact, where we were not present is actually a misnomer. Today, cath labs are present even in Doklaham to Barmer. So I don't think there's a dearth of moving into that threshold where Indian industry has actually moved into. And the other part is, I think what has really helped the policy framework, has really helped the industry to talk about is looking at how incentivizing R&D has become a big thing. Right from maybe the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to BIRAC to TDB to Department of Pharmaceuticals, everyone is looking at that innovation quotient that can be really financed, because as Ashokji just said, the entire problem was how much does a company which has traditionally not thought of it move into it. Today, if I take an example of my own company at SMT, when we look at the cardiovascular disease burden that the country is looking at, we've moved from not only traditional drug-eluting stents to maybe heart valves to balloons and catheters, which are now drug-eluting balloons and catheters, which can actually also mend within veins and arteries the calcification that was technically never thought of in terms of how Indian industry could look at. So I think the entire incentivizing of R&D came into the foray, and that's really moved the medtech industry to now what, as I said, the whole $250 billion industry dream that we're looking at.
It's wonderful, and I would just like to mention that when I was with Find India Board, Foundation of Innovative Diagnostics, we were able to repurpose the COVID diagnostics for tuberculosis in line with the TB Mukt Bharat. And I think very important was the alignment with the government that we started working on, especially with the primary healthcare centers as well. So we have another 15 minutes, and I would like to take some questions from the audience for the esteemed panelists. Please raise your hand, identify yourself. Yeah, sure, Mr. Mishra.
Sorry, I'm just holding you a few minutes. Just a quick response, which I personally feel I need to make that point. Across the panel here, the critical word was R&D. Yes. We are not doing enough in R&D. Madan Sahab knows that we are the largest drug producers, not a single molecule from this country. Where are we? When will that happen? The voice across the panel was, there is financing issue, which is a fact. There is government incentive issue, which is a fact. But sooner than later, I would urge all those sitting on this panel to come together on a table to also think, where is the industry on investment in R&D? I mean, you can't just say that government did not incentivize, so we'll not do R&D. Your product, It's not the business of government alone. We need to get together on this. Thank you, madam.
So just on this point, I just wanted to further add, and again, it's a biopharmaceutical innovative company's point of view. And since we were talking about accessibility, and I wanted now also on this particular points that were raised to respond. Yes, I totally agree that it's such a large population and large country, R&D, and we don't have even our own, like not even one molecule, but voluntary license, right? So I wanted to highlight this point, especially during COVID, if you remember, remdesivir, and it was given to so many companies, right? And that helped us a lot during that pandemic time. It was all the biopharmaceutical companies which volunteered, which provided that license to many companies. Similarly, my company in those days. So molnupiravir was the molecule, and we gave voluntary license to more than 10, 15 companies in India. So that's the collaboration between the local companies, the generic companies, and the biopharmaceutical companies. That is also required, and that kind of research. As sir, you talked about research. What about clinical trials? Yeah. Why we are not incentivizing clinical trials? The patient, our patient will get enrolled. And I have gone through something where there was no access to that drug in the country, right? If we, at least by clinical trial and if we really provide that kind of environment, those global clinical trial will help our patient in a big way.
No two
that's the other
opinions
thing.
on that. And I think it's such an important point, and I wanted to actually bring everyone's attention to this wonderful program that Salesforce does called the Bridging the Gap. So for example, they pick up the smaller companies, the smaller groups, and they attach them to the bigger groups as mentoring exercise and for market access. So whether it's clinical trials, whether it's doing some kind of bigger molecule development, I think this is very critical. The bridging of R&D with the bigger companies, whether for trials, whether for market access. And yes, government policy will make a very important role there, because eventually we're all in a life-saving work. So with this, let me first start with taking at least the first 3 questions. Please raise your hands. Sorry, yes. Please do. There's a mic for him, please.
Take this one.
Please identify your name and your company, because I think they're making some records here.
Thank you.
And to who do you want to ask the question?
For sure. So it's not a question, it's more of a comment. My name is Dr. Shamim. I'm from the Clinton Foundation, look at infectious diseases, Clinton Foundation. So Mr. Mishra made a very striking comment, which was on credibility and trust. And what we are talking of is opportunities in South Asia. South Asia, per se, is the most rapidly urbanizing region globally, and which gives a lot of opportunities for all of us, those who are here in the panel, as well as those who are sitting here, in terms of the way the industry is going. But also it comes with a challenge, and I'm talking about both the drug manufacturing as well as on the diagnostics side of it. Now, if you look at in country, the policies are slowly also encouraging a lot of SME, MSME players. But when you have to compete, now you would want to look at also if they are, say, WHO PQ or WHO GMP. Now, as an association or organization, I think we should also look at how best we can encourage them so that they can also be more participatory. That's one. Second is also more competition in the market. It helps in access. Second part, which I wanted to comment on, was on the diagnostics. So post-COVID, since we're talking about COVID, post-COVID, there had been a lot of these open RT-PCR platforms which have been available, and now a good number of them are redundant. There is enough and more spare capacity, and which has the potential of being utilized. Again, coming back to what is being mentioned on R&D, how best can we do it, and how do we utilize that capacity and be the market leader there? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is perfectly valid. So there is really nothing to, answer or respond. But one question in your last statement about R&D is, is the industry today ready to do it? I get a feeling that the satisfaction level and ambition levels are low. Since we are doing well, we don't want to do more of it. I hope I'm wrong.
Okay, please identify your name.
Yeah, I am Kirtika from Sakitrust. Yeah, when we talk about NCDs, we are talking about more about that preventive and preventive care, everything. In between, we are missing one thing: supplements, supplement market of supplement in drug. So it's going like anything, no control over it, and protein powders, fake powders, and superfoods in Instas, superfood, and so many things. And about one more thing, mental health. Mental health, how we are going to check, because we know COVID. And third portion is vitamin D. That in public health, we don't have proper diagnostic for vitamin D and B12, where that the people, especially I am working in the NCD training, meeting lot of women, not only anemic, we are talking about malnutrition and anemic, but what about vitamin B12 and diagnostic care for poor people?
Can I put this question first to Mr. Mishran, because I was at the launch of ICRIAR paper on vitamin D deficiencies. They had a wonderful initiative. But I think vitamin D is now being taken care of in many Anganwadi centers, for pregnant women, etc. Anything? Yeah.
It's a fact that many of the nutritional deficiencies are just not being attended. And supplements do not work. But to answer your question, it's a competing interest. If you ask some people, they'll say, we want less and less of regulations. And some people would say, we want more and more of regulation because this is harming us. And this is a dilemma the regulator always is in. My own take is that, for example, going back to R&D, if regulations do not support, the industry will not be able to do R&D. So you have to globally harmonize it. And one example of misplaced kind of a nutritional deficiency, is iron folic acid. We've been doing so much for so many years, yet the levels are the same. So we need to think very seriously about these things.
Just 1 minute to be or not to be. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, when we refer to supplements, we do come across the nutraceuticals in that class. The government has really been involved in this total exercise for the last more than 2 to 3 years. Government is looking at the nutraceuticals or the supplements from the point of view, what you had mentioned, the high prices. But they're also looking at from the point of view of what is the required daily allowance. The ICMR itself has come out with certain things. The guidelines are there. And as far as the pricing is concerned, now that is left to the market. We can't comment on that.
Your question was on rampant use of supplements, and I think for that we'll probably have to, we'll have to sit down together again with the industry and see how we can really do this, and we'd love to discuss this with you at another point. I think this lady you had raised the question. We have just 7 minutes left, so please make them very short, and to who do you want to ask?
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Anshul Kaul. I've worked in government and non-government sector in Australia, but recently moved back. I think all my questions are directed to Mr. Mishra in some way. But yeah, I would also like to acknowledge from, I guess, a middle class perspective, the work Janaushadhi Kendras have done in heavily subsidizing pharmaceuticals. And also the private-public partnership example, it's pretty legendary. So we know that coming from preventative health, the Ottawa Charter was launched in 1986. We had health and policies in 2006. But it has taken a long while for us to implement or understand what health in all policies means. We are grappling with social determinants of health in India. So first question was, do we think that the burden of healthcare is proportional to the GDP spent on preventative health or public health? And around that, do we see, as we were talking, you were talking about climate, how climate change is eventually going to affect food security, which is in a way, you know, going to come back
We
to
have two more
deficiencies.
questions. Let me take the
Yeah.
other two as well, and then we can come. Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Dhananjay Vaidyanathan from Alstonia Impact. My question is to you, Nilima, as someone who comes from an innovator firm. We were talking about R&D, right? Without mincing words, what are the two things that need to happen for India to get its own original molecule? And second question is it even a reasonable ambition? Is it better than to first, control the API part first and then get to the original molecule?
And final one from you. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Sanchika, I am from Eco India. I would like to request to the panelists and also specifically for the medtech industries, like if you are creating wearable devices, I would request the industry to focus on innovations that help improve healthcare outcomes for the lowest rate of the society or the unorganized sector who cannot buy those devices. And also it should be user friendly and simple to use, and also in the local languages. Second part of this, I would like to request them that these wearable devices, whoever has bought it, like if you take a samples as 100 or 1,000, you would have that in your database. Just please say how many features are they being used actually. If there are 100 features, then 10 or 20 are being used, so that you are investing in adding on those features which are not being used in a longer run. You can remove those features from those devices, so then reduce the cost of manufacturing and of that device. So please have a look at that. Thank you.
Okay. So, at the root of whatever we are saying, please remember there is one critical element in healthcare delivery which comes in as a dampener every time you talk about it, and that is inequity. Geographical inequity, in terms of income, in terms of gender, whatever it is. Having said that, to your question about proportionate, investment in health, let me just briefly narrate a story. When we were writing the 2017 health policy, and we were fixing 2.5% of the total GDP as the required number, even at that point of time, we knew that this is not going to be inadequate. But the theory is that let's keep increasing it. But when we talk about healthcare investments, even for primary preventive and promotive healthcare, we are only looking at government. The other great force which can really boost this investment is the private sector. But we do not create an ecosystem where the private sector can come in a big way. Health ultimately will have to become everybody's business. And I fully agree with you, even though India in the last 25 years has increased investment into primary healthcare several times, it's not enough. And it's not enough only because we have a large population. It's not enough because we have not been identifying correct problems. Second, climate change is going to be the decider of investment. Let me tell you, we may feign ignorance on what it is doing, but tomorrow's health policy will be written based on the climate patterns. Whether it is resilient health infrastructure, whether it is new discoveries, it will all have to be based on that.
2 minutes. This. Basically, I wanted to reflect, if I could understand your question correctly. You talked about that not even a single molecule has come up from India. Yes, that's true. A lot of companies are working, like many biosimilars are being developed. So these are all the secondary research which is being conducted in India. But yes, as a novel molecule or drug, it is yet to, we have to really, we have not yet seen, it is yet to come. You talked about API. Yes, there is huge dependence on other countries as far as API is concerned, and there are various factors. I remember a long time back, I think a decade back, there there used to be incentivization on API manufacturing, if I remember correctly. I don't think those things prevail right now, and that is why probably I think the API manufacturers slowly I think they found that importing from the other country is a better option than manufacturing here because, okay, yeah.
No, I just had a comment on her question on possibly, technologies on wearables and, how electronics is actually making it. And, I'm sure Vinay would also want to add to it. See, what has happened over the past, 7 or 8 years, under the medtech industry, consumables, disposables, implants and everything, I mean, there are 8 sectors. But the electronic industry has actually moved way high than what we've actually seen. In 2018, the electronic industry was just 10,000 crores. Today, it is 38,000 crores plus. And credible data is coming, and we've got, all AI algorithms really giving us the last mile data also. But then the issue is, if you look at the global supply chains, if you look at the raw materials, the IT technologies, etc., that is required, there's small amount of R&D which is done in India, and technologies are really coming from overseas. That prevents it to become really not that accessible or affordable to the last mile people that you're talking about. But newer technologies are really there in that sense.
But I just want to add 2 things to both of your point. On your point, I did attend a meeting where I was told the kind of machinery we have for the molecule development and the kind of skills both we need to work on. And that's a very critical area. We don't have the requisite skills for working on those machines like China does. And to your point, I am aware of actually many small and medium enterprises who are bringing such frugal innovations in where technology, in contact technology. But again, I think it needs an access to a bigger scale of marketing. Absolutely. And not just funds. So that is both are needed. But thank you, great inputs from all of you. And once again, thank you to the esteemed panel, Nilima, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Ashok, Vinay, and Rajiv. And let's hope that WHS will record these proceedings. And thank you, PAFI, for helping us organize the session from a policy perspective. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Hi, can you hear me? Yes, great. Okay, we were just talking how cold it is because of this air conditioning, and it's kind of ironic to discuss heat, but that's what we're going to do. I know it's a Sunday. I also know this is the post-lunch session, and I'm aware that the numbers are a little low than we had expected, perhaps. But we've learned from our recent convening on heat and health, in fact, in Bellagio, that sometimes an intimate group is even better. We only had 20 people, and that was good to discuss things in detail. So I think this is great. We'll keep it extremely interactive because it's an intimate setting, and we'll ensure, given that it's the last day, and the panelists who'd be here have already spoken a lot and are slightly tired as well of talking, we'll give the chance to the audience to talk as well. So I'll start with a question that the audience can think of, and maybe we'll ask them in between as well. What has been the key takeaway for you for the past 2 days and now the third day that you can think of? How World Health Summit has been helpful for you? So maybe we can ask you guys also, or you can come in at some point and discuss that, or what you take away from this session. Please feel free to answer that as well. With that, I'm going to start inviting the panelists. We're going to, something that we did in the last session, which was really helpful, was did 3 questions with 3 panelists, open the round, open the floor to audience, so we don't save you for the last, and then go to the next 3 panelists. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to start with the chair of this session, Ms. Ayako Inagaki, who's the Senior Director at HSD at ADB. It includes education, health, social protection, and given that I introduced incorrectly yesterday, I've been told she's not the chair of only health, but also education, social protection, skills, and everything that human social development encompasses. Next in. Next in, I'd like to call in Mr. Brian Riley, who's the public health specialist at the Asian Development Bank with over 25 years of experience. Previously, he's worked with the WHO. That's okay, Brian, you can sit. And he brings in the health system strengthening approach. He's also a champion for climate and health and our climate and health initiative at ADB. And we'd be asking him everything about heat and how do we implement it at ADB. I'd like to invite Vincent, who's currently leading the results team in UNITAID, a global public health organization. Prior to UNITAID, Vincent worked as a strategy consultant at BCG. He's also dealing with climate and health, and we'd love to hear your views as well on heat. Thank you, Vincent. I'd now request I'd now request Dr. Akash Srivastav. He is presently heading NCDC. We all know it. Anything that you want to discuss about climate and health within Ministry of Health, he's the man for you. So he doesn't need much introduction there. Welcome, sir. I'd like to call upon Dr. Angela Chaudhary, CEO of Swasti, with about 27 years of experience in public health policy, practice to improve health outcomes for vulnerable communities. She's also extremely fun and peppy, so we also called her, beyond her technical expertise, we called her to add the charm and vibrance to the panel. Mr. Abhiyan Tiwari, is he here? Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Mr. Abhiyan Tiwari, who's the lead climate resilience and health consultant at NRDC. He works on environmental, climate, and disaster risk. Has been very important in shaping a lot of heat initiatives in India, including some heat action plans. Welcome, Mr. Abhiyan. Last but not the least, in fact, a very important participant today, I'd like to call upon Ms. Vinutna, who's the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Jal Shakti, an IS officer.
in the field of health, water, and sanitation. Previously, she's worked with the government of Andhra Pradesh and has the specialty of translating policy into community-driven responsive programs. She is also the champion of Heat Action Plan, and I just was informed by Angela that we'd also be launching a Heat Action Plan for the district Anandpur. So very excited. I think there's some very important learnings for the rest of the district, the states, and the country. So looking forward, ma'am. Okay. Oh. Always seem to be doing this right now. I'd like to invite, that's because I missed it here. I'd like to invite Professor Jane. She's the chair in Global Women's Health at the Georgia University of Global Health, UK, and the School of Public Health at Imperial College. She's a clinical researcher. She's somebody that we go to for gender and heat, and we talk about her study, but she's already spoken at many, many sessions, and she'd bring in some startling numbers when it comes to heat in women, and we'd love to know more from her on the same. Welcome, Jane, and sorry for missing you out. Even though you're the one who got me here, so. Okay, I see the room's filling in. I also want to acknowledge, this background you see anyway, I don't think there's anything else to say. Just to set the context, and before I talk about the heat framework, I also want to acknowledge Vanshika, who is my colleague, who's my ex-colleague actually, and she was a part of the team that made this heat framework that I'm going to explain. So just, Vanshika, come in with your comments whenever you feel like. I wanted to introduce this because a lot of our questions are also going to be based on this. This is a heat framework that we developed with discussions with multiple partners. So ADB is just a part of it. We had partners from across the globe, and we tried to create something that we can implement and use as a model for policy action. I know WMO also has a framework, but that was more upstream, so we wanted to create something that can be more actionable. And a lot of our discussions, I'm going to leave this on the screen because a lot of our discussion would also include this. Yeah. Before I start the panel questions, may I request Ms. Ayako for some opening remarks?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. This is, to me, one of the most important sessions, since we're going to talk about heat and health in this warming world, strengthening resilience and response. So, you know that when you're sitting here, it's even colder. So, but nevertheless, and also when a number of us were in Bellagio to come up with this heat framework, it was in February in Italy, and it was not warm. Again, but nevertheless, coming to our global issue, no? So 2024 was still one of the hottest year ever recorded. And I'm sure that many of you have experienced, even though you may not be, or we may not be the most affected, because as we're going to discuss, the most affected are really probably the most vulnerable population, but still we may have felt it in our daily life, right? So extreme heat really affects our productivities. It affects infrastructure, environment, livelihood, and really the well-being of everyone. And as we all know, not only about ADB, but for all of us probably working in development, extreme heat is not only an environmental problem. This is not a matter of, okay, environment ministry, please do something, right? This is really a development challenge. And this is what we're going to talk about here today, that it's a threat to health, it's a threat to lives. It's also about, I've just talked about the most vulnerable population, but it's also about gender equity issues. It's really gender and, again, the most vulnerable population. So I really would encourage all of us to think about that. So this is why it's so critical that we focus on building resilient health systems and responding to this crisis in a timely manner. And anything around the nexus between climate change and health, to which extent we can take preventive action rather than be reactive. I know that in every development challenge that's affecting the globe, it's not easy. It's easy to say than to implement, right? But it's again, it's another commitment here today to take action here and really how we can get to the early responses altogether. So extreme heat affects everyone, but not in an equal manner, right? It's really about, it's threatening food security. It hits then farmers, it hits informal workers, it hits mothers and babies and children. So how to address these issues? So how can we bring better infrastructure, stronger system, and then I think we'd like to talk a little bit more about smarter technologies, like as heat stress maps, gives us the data that we need to target the solutions more effectively, and particularly in an urban area where more people are affected. So let's discuss and then come up with really a collective actions that we can think and we can really act together. With this, thank you very much. So let's open the discussions.
Thank you, Ayako. Okay. Ayako, maybe I'll ask a rapid fire question later. But yes, I'll come back to it. Maybe I'll start with Dr. Akash Srivastav since we have him here. So you represent the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare here. And heat has been an issue. That's no surprise to us. We've been struggling with it. It's only getting hotter even in Delhi. So what are some of the strategies that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has implemented in 2025? If you can talk a little about that, that would be very helpful for us.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So in context of heat, we all know it's a problem that's getting worse year on year. And finally, it's also a major concern because of the climate change. India's visionary Prime Minister, somewhere back in 2015, had in his Prime Minister's Council of Climate Change suggested that it's time that we had a health mission so that we could address the concerns of climate change on health. 3 years later, we already had a national action plan on climate change and health, which had provision to address heat. By 2019, we had put in place a national health program in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which allowed all the state governments to work with the center government towards the objectives of climate change, including heat. The way the health program operates it, that every year, senior health authorities of the state governments come down to work with the central health authorities of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and discuss the targets and the financial requirements to implement measures that relates to heat and health. From 2019, by 2024, all state governments had their own state action plans on heat and health, which were released by the Honorable Prime Minister in the October of 2024. The next steps, all district governments and its district health departments are now working on developing district level heat health plans. Within these plans, what is it that we do? The foremost important work that we are working on is strengthening the health sector. As you all know, the Ministry's Health and Family Welfare's major administrative control is on the hospitals, health facilities, and the health workforce in this country. So it's working, first of all, to ensure that there is a system to appropriately collect data on how the people of this country are being impacted by heat. We have put in place a new heat surveillance system, via which we collect information on heat stroke cases and deaths across the country. Each and every facility, more than 48,000 of them, report through an IT platform on this. At the district level, at the state level, and at the central level, there are dashboard options for the district authorities, state authorities, and the central authorities to understand what does the data tell them and take necessary action. We've also put in place all protocols and guidelines related to how surveillance needs to be implemented, how early alerts needs to be identified, and also if there are deaths, how such investigation of such deaths needs to be taken. Beyond that, we've also given in provision through this program to ask the health institutions to put in place a heat ward, or in a smaller institution, identify beds to address such patients. During the summer months, starting from the month of March to July, which we usually are the harsh months of summers, all the hospitals are expected to have these facilities in place. For smaller facilities, provisions are also there for other necessary measures that needs to be taken to strengthen and help not only the patient, but also the attendants of these patients. Now, within and beyond that, we also have provision for the ambulances to be prepared so that the patients at on-site can be provided cooling as and when they are informed about such patients. We all know that in heat stroke cases, the first 30 minutes are critical to save the lives of the patient. And that is why they have been given to follow the principle of cool first, transport later. And such measures are provisioned under the ambulances. Beyond that, we also work in these action plans on building capacities of the health workforce. We have various training modules prepared and training that have been run all the way from master trainers to program officers to medical officers to health workers to ground root level workers like ASHAs. We're also working on IEC, that is creating an awareness on general population about how heat impacts the population's health. IECs are being used in different formats, traditional formats like posters, placards, as well as audios and visuals, and also informal methods like wall painting, nukkad natak, etc. Each state government has its own way of building the message, and they are suggested to make use of the money in the action plans to ensure that the community is well aware. We also encourage that all the village health nutrition committees, panchayat committees, and other important committees at the rural level are also participating in creating awareness. We identify special days during summers, such as the World Environment Day, etc., when we run week-long campaigns asking for all population to participate at various levels for spreading awareness on how heat impacts health. So these are some of the measures that I identify that are being provisioned under these action plans, and it helps through these action plans and identified financial resources on them for the population to be provided necessary support and measures to safeguard their life from heat. But I do understand this is only a bit because not only the health sector, but all other sectors need to also put in their efforts. The National Disaster Management Authority brings together task forces and provision for other sectors and the heat action plans to ensure that all sectors are providing for their inputs. We also, in our climate change programs, have provision district and state level task force, where we also invite other sector people to integrate and talk to health sector and how we can help each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akash. This was a great insight into everything that Ministry of Health and Welfare is doing. I think as a follow-up question, or maybe somewhere from audience, we're going to discuss how the convergence is actually happening. So the task force that you mentioned towards the end, maybe we'll delve deeper into that later. From here, really moving on to the critical research that's come on and focusing on the gender lens. Jane, you've done some very interesting work that talks about how heat is affecting women more, especially pregnant women. If you could talk about what those findings are, because there are some astounding numbers there, and how can we integrate solutions into the DMC strategy, so which can also work in a low resource setting. If you can talk about those as well. Thanks.
Sure, thanks, Sasta, and thank you for the invitation to be on the panel today. It's been a very impressive conference. I think we'll all agree so far, and I guess what I would like to talk about maybe brings together some of the themes which I've seen coming through the conference, and that's namely there's been a number of sessions on maternal and newborn and child health, digital health, and climate change. Now, when we think about the effects of extreme heat on pregnant women, actually when we think about temperature on pregnant women, it's kind of a J-shaped curve, that actually it's quite dangerous to be exposed to very cold temperatures, but like a J, the long arm, the hotter it gets, the more dangerous it gets for pregnant women and their babies. And there's the latest systematic review actually has 196 studies included, observational studies showing this observation of increased rates, particularly of preterm birth, stillbirth, gestational diabetes, hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, and small for gestational age. And those of us in the maternal health community know that these are some of the things we've been targeting for decades, and in countries like India have been coming down, but we could, like we're seeing with the climate curve, we could see things start to go up again unless actions are taken. Now, the question is, what can we do about this? And I guess, to be very upfrank and honest, there's not a lot of good quality studies that have been published in this area. Although in keeping with sort of the framework, which is up on the screen here, the HEAT framework, and other similar frameworks in this area of adaptation, I wanted to just focus on 4 areas that, actions are happening. The effectiveness and cost effectiveness probably needs evaluation. But these areas are around behaviour change interventions, health system interventions, built environment interventions, and financing and policy. So if we take the first of them, behaviour change interventions, what we're talking about here is raising awareness amongst the women, their families, their communities, but also amongst the healthcare providers. So not just the ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, but also the midwives, A&Ms, doctors working in PHC facilities, and us in secondary care as well. And I can say, as a secondary care doctor, I think the awareness around the association between extreme heat and adverse pregnancy outcomes is pretty low across our specialty, and it's not incorporated in our curriculums at all. So a lot of potential awareness raising and behaviour change around how to protect yourself from heat is needed. Moving on to sort of the health system, I think we hear a lot about early warning systems, which are a cornerstone of heat response plans around the world, recommended by the WHO and others. But when we look at those heat warning systems, often they talk about reaching vulnerable groups and things, but they're not actually thinking about, often, the people in those vulnerable groups may not know that they're vulnerable, but there may not be specific actions which are targeted to those groups that are not only culturally acceptable and appropriate to do, but those groups actually have the capabilities and opportunities to be able to take those things forward. So I think there needs to be a lot of work from the ground up to define them. And I can see my colleague in the audience from the George Institute, Chris Kurian's here today, and we're doing some work with communities across India at the moment to try and identify some of those solutions, as I know other groups are also. And the next thing is around, built environment, which comes into, I guess, the heat framework architectonics here. And, I'm not an engineer or an architect, but, we all know that the design of buildings can greatly affect the temperature within. And we do know within maternity care itself that the temperature of delivery rooms and the temperature of neonatal units is quite critical in terms of outcomes. So in terms of progression, how well labour progresses, whether you need an emergency C-section, whether you need to, are you going to run into problems in labour, the duration of the labour is critical, and extreme heat can increase that duration. There's also, groundbreaking work from India, I believe on the location of the neonatal unit within the building, which was Ahmedabad, wasn't it, where they moved the neonatal unit from the top floor to the ground floor and saw, babies were surviving in that. So relatively straightforward things can save lives, in a warming environment. And then finally, thinking around sort of the financing and policy that needs to go around this area. Clearly, all these initiatives need some commitment, and it's fantastic to hear all the commitments that have already been made by the Indian government. But it needs to be not just in India, but across all tropical countries. There needs to be more investment here. And it's exciting to hear about innovative schemes such as the parametric microinsurance scheme that the Sewa Group and others have been presenting today. But I think, we also need to make sure that we, finance adequately the resilience of the health system, so we don't have episodes like what happened in our study last week, where when the heat went up in Delhi, the aircon cut out and all the ultrasound machines broke, because of the heat being so critical there. So, ensuring ongoing financing and resilience of the health system is crucial. So I'll stop there. Thanks, Asta.
Thanks, Jane. I think 3 speakers have spoken. A quick rapid fire for all these 3 speakers. So Jane, just to follow up on that response in really one line, top 2 low-hanging fruits for state governments to implement for integrating heat resilience for women.
Probably around education and awareness raising. So clearly we already have a lot of platforms in which health workers receive updates and education, particularly through the community system and things, and I think that could be done at a pretty low cost but big impact.
Great, thanks. Dr. Akash, one of the biggest challenges that you see, I know Ministry of Health is doing great, but I'm sure there are implementation challenges or policy challenges. One big challenge that you foresee for heat prevention or heat response?
One challenge?
Yes.
Okay, so...
But one-line response.
Yes. My concern right now is that the way that year on year this problem seems to be going on, the only last resort we'll be able to save these people are in the hospitals. And while in India, it's largely a lot chunk of hospitals is private sector. Participation of private sector in the concerns of how patients have to be addressed, and also of all the civil society as well, to ensure that each and every patient has appropriate access to health facilities, whether public or private.
So access to health facility, thank you. Ayako, your question. Top 3 ministries that you'd like to work with for heat? I mean, you come from HST, so not thinking of health only.
Okay. No, you mean apart from the, top 3 ministries. I think I will give the same answer that I gave yesterday on another session. I think to me it's a lot about municipalities, local governments, is decentralization, because we're talking about health system resilience, but isn't it that what happened to, we can address the issues in the hospitals and the health centers, but people do not live only in the health centers, right? It's also women, children, and people working every day. And if we're talking about heat in the cities, it's also about urban planning, city planning, right? Yeah. So we can obviously have health ministries and urban development ministries working together, but isn't it also, and we can discuss also, that heat, the problem with heat is also very much localized, and then local solutions are really probably the best, right? So it's really, for me, it's local government, municipal governments. So did I give you three ministries?
No, you gave actually a better answer than my question, so thank you. Okay, like I promised, we're going to give you more importance than them today. So one question before we move on to the next panelist. Okay, one.
So, hi, I'm coming from Chai, India. I'm the MNE role. Just a question to Dr. Akash as well and other panelists. So, in the country right now, while we speak about research priorities and also in the implementation strategies when it comes to addressing climate change, the whole issue at the ground is, as you know, rightly I'm hearing from the panelists, is about the behavior change and the awareness of the issue, which is definitely a big issue. But what I also feel is, do we have the enough manpower to cater to such kind of demands? That's my first query. The second query is just, I mean, it's pretty much related. The second query is, while we're looking at only from the patient's perspective, are we also not looking at from the supply side? Because even healthcare workers need to go to the field. You need to have medical officers to go to the field. You need to have ASHAs and A&M workers to go to the field. Few thoughts on that. Thank you.
So your second question, we'll wait for the next panelist to come in, but we can have the first. Who did you direct your question to? Is it open? Dr. Akash, if you could please answer.
So your concern, as I could understand, is about, do we have enough human resource to address that concern? Well, you all know how many human resource we have in this country, and this is a concern. And that is why, when I was asked the question, one is, what is your most biggest concern? And I said that my biggest concern is participation of private sector, because this is something that will affect everyone. Unfortunately, there will be a divide between the rich and the poor. The rich are going to be less affected, and they have access to private sector and not the poor ones. So while we are trying our best, we would also want the private sector to extend their hand and the civil society to extend their hand to see that everyone gets appropriate resort of some or the other help in terms of medicine. Yes, definitely there is a issue of HR, but that only can be resolved when all of us join hands.
Thank you, Dr. Akash. You can do the cross-questioning later during the networking time. Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to our next panelist, Mr. Vincent. I think this was also alluded to by this gentleman here. Really want to understand the health supply chain and how they are heat sensitive, how does the heat impact them, and what are the solutions that we can start integrating in health system supply chain.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invitation to take part in this panel. So I work for United, and for those who don't know United, it's an organization that is based in Geneva and has been working for the last 20 years on equitable access to health products in low and middle income countries, including countries like India and many countries of the region. And our work for the last 20 years has been focused on making those products quality, adapted, and affordable to the populations in need, and especially the most vulnerable. Over the last few years, we realized that this is still, of course, critical, but in the context of climate change, it's not sufficient. And on top of having those objectives, we need to make product also what we call climate smart, meaning by this, adapted to the needs and responsive to the needs of population affected by climate change, resilient, and I'll come back to that, and low carbon as well. And starting with where the discussion around pregnancy, for instance, we're just about to launch new investments around the management of preeclampsia, eclampsia, and anemia in pregnant women. And we've included in those investments the consideration of heat and the management of special cases under extreme heat as one example of us integrating climate in our work. But I'll focus on your question, which is about supply chains. And we talk a lot about, of course, how people are affected by heat. But let's talk for a second about how products and supply chains are affected by heat. And heat, of course, is not just the 1.5 to 2.5 degrees additional that we're seeing in terms of global warming. It's the heat waves, the heat excursions that we see in many parts of the world. And I'll give you a few examples of all the vulnerabilities that are there on supply chains. Starting with medicines. So medicines are designed, and supply chains are designed to work in certain operating conditions, certain temperature. And that is being challenged by climate change. Some antibiotics, for instance, when exposed to prolonged heat can lose some of the potency, and we've seen 25% reduction in potency, for instance, on some products. The same is true for anti-malarial treatment. RDTs, rapid diagnostic tests, whether for malaria or dengue, are products that are very difficult to keep in terms of storage at the right temperature, and that are sensitive to the storage conditions. And there is some evidence, for instance, for dengue tests, that when exposed for several months to high temperature, that 6 of 8 tests are not accurate anymore. 6 of 8. PCR reagents are also sensitive to heat and storage conditions. And if they're stored or kept at ambient temperature for too long or high temperature for too long, the test can lose accuracy. Lab equipment, so we just heard about ultrasound equipment, but any lab equipment is made to function under a certain range of temperature. And a lot of labs, actually all the labs, have AC for those temperature conditions to be maintained. But AC units cannot always keep the temperature. When the outside temperature is too high, the unit may not be able to reduce temperature to the normal operating condition of the equipment. And we keep hearing stories from the field, from anywhere in the world, where batches are lost because the air conditioning doesn't cope with the outside heat. And it goes even beyond the products themselves. If you think about the supply chain and go back upstream, manufacturing sites are also exposed. And I'll give you an example from Sweden. And Sweden is not the first country that comes to mind when you think about extreme heat. But in 2018, there was a heat wave in Sweden. And there's a major site from AstraZeneca, one of the big manufacturers in Sweden, that actually couldn't cope with the heat wave. And for 2 weeks, they had to slow down production. And they realized that their air conditioning equipment wasn't sufficient to cope with such heat waves. They corrected it, invested $4 million on the site to improve the air conditioning of the site. And they estimated that this kind of upgrade will help them avoid in the future up to 8-week disruption if a new heat wave comes up. And I'll give you one last example. If you go even more upstream in the supply chain, some products like anti-malarial treatment use natural ingredients. And there's one major ingredient for malaria that comes from artemisinin cultivation in China. And there is evidence, for instance, in 2010, that when there were particularly hot conditions in China and dry conditions, that the yield of the plant decreased by 25 to 30%. So the quantity of API we get from the same cultivation was much lower. And of course, we're talking about products and supply chain, but in the end, when you have such disruptions, such issues of quality, this is about the quality of care in the end. Can have consequences on the availability of products anywhere where they are needed, can have consequences of the quality of those products and whether they are accurate or effective as much as, or safe as much as they should be. But it can have consequences on the price of products as well, because if supply gets short, for instance, we know that prices can go up. So in the end, equitable access requires us to look very seriously at heat management solutions across the entire supply chain. There's plenty of technological solutions, plenty of ways also to make infrastructure more heat resilient, but clearly a lot of gaps, both in terms of knowledge and implementation of solutions. I'll keep it there for now, probably, but thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Very useful. Great. So I think we'll come back on questions, but maybe I'll just move to Angela for now. Angela, we've been discussing healthcare workers and how they need to be community healthcare workers and how they need to be ready for such a task. I'd like to ask you, what are the training needs, or how can we prepare them to be ready for heat preparedness, heat stress, or how to deal with all of this?
Thanks. Before I came on this panel, I just wanted to see, I knew this question was coming, but I wanted to see where it was actually positioned in today's discussion. And this is what I found, and this surprised me, so I'm going to share that, is that by the time this panel ends, hundreds of people across at least 7 countries, so right now, India, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, UK, and parts of the world's oceans will fall sick or silently die from heat-related conditions. And it's always the poorest and most marginalized, the voiceless, who will be affected the most. So in that setting, and this is about today, it's not about tomorrow, and the summers are only going to get worse, the frontline workers are right in the front. And we are sitting in India, but this is not an Indian conference. It's a world conference. and they are the most exposed. So do we first equip them to protect themselves? They're still walking around. We are sitting here complaining of the cold. And it's a good thing to complain. I feel really privileged and brattish to be complaining about it, to be honest. But they're out there without any protection, with the dust on their face and the heat. We don't have uniforms or clothes or anything for them. They are not equipped with knowledge. They know it's getting hotter, but they don't have anyone or anyone to complain to or anything to do about it because it's their fate. That's what poorest communities tell themselves, that it's our fate and it's our job, it's our duty, we got to do it. And many of the frontline workers are mostly women, are also pregnant, to be pregnant, and they continue to serve. So my first thing is, even before getting to the training, are we protecting those who are protecting us? What's that we got to do in terms of, I've heard people use the word incentives, and I said, no, it's a moral obligation to protect frontline workers. And then, of course, the training needs. And that comes even afterwards. Protect the workers first, and then have them be aware. We have a fairly large program called Climate Care Champions. And it was astounding to know that the link between heat and health is far removed. They get it because they face it. They do say, yes, I have this because of the heat. But when they talk to the community, it's delinked because it's not training that was given to them formally. So there's a gap between implicit awareness and training. So just that linkage is enough, because personally they're feeling it. Personally, they do have some solutions. There are many localized solutions that actually work that are not out there. And I've been answering this question, or what are the training needs, and then there are modules, and then there's trainings, all of which that needs to be done. But no one is actually protecting the workers. And I really want to say that before going into training needs, we really need to learn what we need to do to protect the workers that are out there.
I agree with you completely. Even our parents tell us sometimes that we do not live with ACs. You guys are just being a brat, or you're feeling too much privilege, right? We lived without ACs as well. So I agree. But things are changing. But do you want to talk more about the training, Angela? Sure. Or are you done?
No, I think the training needs are kind of obvious, so I didn't want to sort of state the obvious. So, but the thing that is not obvious, that we do need to protect them. Again, I'm belaboring that fact, but yes.
Sure, thank you. I think we're going to move to the solution side now. We've understood that there's a problem. And I'm going to invite Brian to talk about the heat framework that we presented before, and really some of the actions that ADB can take. What are the key project typologies when it comes to heat and health? What is the heat framework about? What is our vision to go forward on that?
Thanks, Asta. Some of the principles-based stuff, the visioning, I might not touch. Let's talk about some of the practical work that ADB is certainly doing in dealing with this particular issue. And there are a couple of key points here. At the moment, ADB at the end of 2023, with Dr. Tedros, our then president, launched the Climate and Health Initiative and guaranteed to resource that initiative with financial monies, and they have. So we've mobilised 6 million at the moment to assist 11 countries to work on their climate and health initiatives. Now, in doing that, it's not so simple as just saying climate. That's a broad-based term, but in fact, it's a far deeper level of discussion that needs to occur with countries than that. If you go to the community in Laos and talk about community resilience and adaptation, and you say, how is climate change impacting your communities? People tend to glaze over. But if you say, how are you finding any changes in weather patterns? Is it getting hotter? How long are the rainfall? Is there flooding? Once you start then talking about the effects of climate, people then start practically being able to identify solutions. So I might just put that out there. But at the moment, under the Climate and Health Initiative, we deal with heat in a multi-hazard response context. There's heat, there are severe weather events, there are a range of consequences of the climate issue that heat emerges from. And we will also talk about the vulnerability level, ageing populations. In a number of our countries, we have rapidly ageing populations as a source of vulnerability. So under the Climate and Health Initiative, there are 3 sorts of areas of work that we work with countries on. The first one is around standardising diagnostics and assessments, working out a standard way of identifying who is vulnerable and the extent to which they're exposed to a hazard, heat being a very proximate high-level one, but there are others. So working out who are the most vulnerable, to the extent they're exposed, and then what is the likelihood that they are going to suffer the consequences of a hazard, heat being one. So standardising the way we do that, vulnerability and exposure assessments is a really important way of working. So we support that. Standardised tools and assessments that help countries take off the shelf a way of identifying vulnerability and exposure and hazard mapping. The second one is around building capacity. We know that health ministries often before this have not spoken very well to climate ministries. So we know that this heat, the consequences of climate are driving new partnerships between health ministries and environmental ministries in terms of identifying the co-benefits and how sources of environmental funding or financing can drive health co-benefits. It's also driving non-traditional sort of partnerships across institutions. For example, one key partner in the heat discussion that has often been left out is the meteorological associations, the meteorological agencies. And we know that for the heat issue, it's not just increased temperature. In fact, it's a confluence of temperature, humidity, wind speed. And in fact, it's that confluence of those circumstances that drive increased presentations or morbidity and mortality. So these partnerships that we need across not only health agencies, but with MET agencies, environmental agencies are key. In terms of that, some of the partnerships, we've got a partnership with the Global Heat Health Information Network, with the WMO and the WHO. And we're also working with a range of other partners to identify, risk factors in terms of urban heat islands and predictive analytics. So we've got a partnership with the European Space Agency that really at low levels of geography identifies heat, humidity, predictive patterns of wind speed with urban green coverage, infrastructure coverage, primary healthcare reach and accessibility to identify on a predictive level who are going to be the most vulnerable. From an urban mapping perspective, what, in case of extreme heat, what communities within a geography are going to be likely to present, and then develop a range of strategies, early warning predictive systems, alert mapping. So part of the partnership with the European Space Agency is Google to use earlier alert systems. Okay, this community in this location, given the humidity, given the wind speed, given the temperature, is probably going to be at risk. How do we get early warnings out to those communities? So they're very tangible ways that we're working on products and services. And we've got more. In fact, let me plug, in Manila in July, we've got our regional flagship health event, Inspire. So we'll be launching our heat framework there, and see you there. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Maybe there'll be more questions around Inspire now, but we'll answer them later. Dr. Abhiyan Tiwari, we really wanted to focus on some of the tools. We know there are cost-effective solutions like cool roofs, and we wanted to know how best do we integrate these solutions to get adopted by the low-setting households, and if there are some other solutions that you can talk about and strategies for increased adoption.
Well, thanks, and that's a very pertinent and important question. Particularly, I'm not sure if this building is cool-roofed or not. We would have increased the temperature, possibly. But yeah, it is important, and especially it is important when we come to talk about the vulnerable communities, because solutions, low-cost passive cooling solutions like cool roof can reduce the energy cost for cooling substantially, and can also provide thermal comfort to the habitants by reducing the indoor temperature by 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, Celsius, which is huge for people who can't access or afford air conditioning, particularly the people living in the marginalized communities, slum households. The good part here is that India has already initiated a lot of work on such low-cost cooling solutions, passive cooling solutions. We have been piloting cool roof, projects across India in different cities, starting from Ahmedabad itself. It became a part of Ahmedabad's heat action plan, the cool roof pilot project, which now city is planning to scale at a large scale. But then there are some policy levers. I mean, there are some policy, avenues which can help us leverage, such solutions at scale. For example, ensuring that cool roof becomes part of building bylaws and building codes, making it mandatory for certain typologies or certain types of, buildings, for example, industries, high-income households. So those could be made mandatory. There can also be incentives and subsidies offered that can help scale such solutions, incentives to the companies preparing, subsidiaries to the companies preparing cool roofs, so subsidize the cool roof products so that the reach could be higher, and also incentivize households or whoever is implementing the cool roof in their buildings, be it commercial, be it residential, provide some incentive in terms of tax rebate, house tax rebate or property tax rebate. So that way also we can leverage this. There are for example, we have these green building certifications, IGBC and GRIHA. They can also offer an extra point for those building in certification for those building who opt for cool roof and such other passive cooling solutions. Of course, training and awareness is one of the important aspect. So training of the contractors, of the masons, so that they apply the cool roof coatings more efficiently and effectively. And also awareness campaigns, making people aware about that by applying cool roof, you can reduce your energy cost and reduce your temperature and save X amount of money per month, which you might spend over if you don't have that. And of course, making heat action, cool roof part of the climate action plans or heat action plans explicitly would obviously be a good step ahead. We have examples already coming up. States like Telangana. Telangana became the first state that launched the statewide cool roof policy back in 2023. They are into their implementation phase now. And there are other states also which I know who are coming up with cool roof or statewide, urban cooling policy or cool surface policies. So we have avenues. We hope that these all policy, options can help us leverage and scale such solutions.
Thank you, Abhyant. I was curious to know if there's any cost-benefit analysis of this before Telangana adopted or anything, but maybe we can come back to it later. I wanted to go to Ms. Vinut now. Andhra Pradesh has been a pioneer in a lot of work that is being done in terms of surveillance. So we really wanted to understand from you, and I know there's a heat action plan. So one, what are some of the surveillance work that is being done and how that has helped? And can you tell us a little more the story of your heat action plan and how it came into being?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me on this panel. And today I represent Government of Andhra Pradesh, District Administration of Anantapuram, and now in my brief stint of what is happening at the Government of India level. So I would like to put my answer in 5 points. First is the surveillance mechanism, strengthen, how is Government of Andhra Pradesh taking care of surveillance? So when we talk about that, we have come up with a dashboard as a part of the larger vision, Viksit Andhra and Viksit Bharat 2047. deep technology and artificial intelligence in every walks of life has been the vision of the leaders of our country today. So in that mechanism, we have created a dashboard in the district. So all of this, I'm putting district as the nodal point. We have titled it Swarna Anantapuram. The dashboard says, it makes, as an administrator, I would like to bring in administrative perspective. For a district collector, it becomes very easy to take decisions, and our decisions more accurate, they're more precise, and it's more definite. So instead, that is what we are going towards, evidence-based decision making. Rather than top down, we are going on bottom up approach. So that is how surveillance at field level is helping us. And second, I would want to talk about is, on the panel, there are esteemed guests now who has worldwide experience and world is represented here. And the research that is happening or the international organizations, we need to really understand what is going on the field level, on the ground, what is happening to our people, because every district, in that district we have around 32 mandals, in that 560 villages, each of them is unique. Every mandal is unique, every village is unique, and the people there have unique needs. Not everybody in the people in one village suffer from dengue, the people from other village have anemic issues, so the other pocket has a different issues. So that is how the ground in India is, it is extremely diverse. So we need to understand and assess the local needs. And then, as people here and the august audience was also brought up, India has a robust mechanism of system of the frontline health workers. The immense amount of work they do, they are our heroes, they are our champions. We have closely worked with Team Swasthi in terms of our training climate care champion programs, which has actually spread a message. As Angela Garu was also telling, everybody knows that heat-related illness, Ashas knows it even better. They will tell you what is happening. They know how to deal with it. It's just that they need that orientation. They need that direction. So when we give that, they will orient themselves in that way. And then what we are also doing as a state and as a district is, we don't see resilience to climate as in a piecemeal manner. It has to be dealt with in a holistic manner. So horticulture, agriculture, climate health, everything we put it in, so that is what we call it, breaking the silos in administration. So none of them are compartmentalized anymore. So if we are practicing natural farming, if we are practicing integrated farming practice, that is making our farmers resilient to climate. That is giving them nutritious food and strengthening their health. So it is a holistic way of looking and building our resilience in dealing with heat. In that direction, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and I'm extremely proud and happy, in collaboration with Team Swasthi, I really congratulate the team here, Naimisha Garu, Uma Shankar Garu, Angela Garu, and everyone. We have come up with the nation's first heat action plan. So Anantapuram itself is an arid and dry region. It belongs to a very arid, one of the most vulnerable districts when it comes to climate. Driven by the larger vision of our Honorable Chief Minister, Special Chief Secretary Sir, Commissioner Health, and Team Swasthi, we are proud that Anantapuram is launching Heat Action Plan, which is a working draft. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure there are more questions on how will you implement the heat action plan, because I think that's where the challenge lies. But I'm going to open this to the audience, and then we'll come back to the next round of questions. So, okay, we have a lot of hands and we have a lot of time also, so great. We'll start with Sir, and then we'll go to Vanshika, and then we'll move back.
Thank you. My name is Uma Shankar and I work for Swasthi. My question is with Abhyant. When you talk about the heat solutions, basically, so cooling solutions, in the previous session I have heard about the vegetable vendors and flour vendors and milk, the small business people, they are really suffering in the hot. So what kind of solutions or innovations that you can, you have looked across or know about so that we will all be benefited? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we call heat divide. I mean, they are the one who have to struggle for their bread and butter. So either they'll lose their bread and butter of the day, or they'll, expose and fall sick. For them, we need to have innovative solutions. For example, Ahmedabad initiated with keeping the parks open in the afternoon hours. That itself is a big relief. Otherwise, the policy used to be in Ahmedabad that they used to close down the parks from 12 to 4 or 5, I guess. But through 8 action plan, it was mandated that all parks will remain open. And we have literally seen people, who are outdoor workers, who are street, hawkers, gig workers, coming and taking shade, taking rest in the parks, having their lunch, and, getting some relief. But that won't suffice. So we need to have some more innovative solutions. One of the solutions that we recently experimented in the city of Jodhpur is a cooling station. It's a portable cooling station which can at a time accommodate more than 40 people at a time comfortably. Has cold drinking water, ORS available, all awareness activity. It's a net zero cooling station run by solar power with mist fans and that grass panels that help the air get cooled down. Mist fans, a vent that takes the hot air out. And when we observed during the peak hour, when we monitored the temperature difference, during the peak hour, the temperature difference was almost 12 degrees Celsius, more than 12 degrees Celsius in outdoor, lesser indoor compared to the outdoor. So those are the solutions that had to be taken, but the private sector also comes, they also have a role to play in this. There can be a business model for the gig workers at least that could be explored. Street vendors and all those, they have to, we have to find such solutions for them as well.
Thank you. I also have a question for panel, but maybe Vanshika, do you want to start?
Thank you very much for all the different inputs and comments. I have a few questions, and if I could maybe roll in a few.
No, just one, and then we'll go to others and come back.
Okay. Okay, so maybe I'll kind of link it and make it one question, because one major area that I think requires touching upon is marine thermal heating, and given that sitting in India, we have a long coastline, and it's only over the past few years that marine thermal heating has come to the forefront with more studies focusing on it. So the Indian Ocean is expected to experience surface warming of 1.5 to 3 degrees Celsius in this century, leading to a near permanent heat wave. So would love to hear thoughts around, we usually talk about urban heat island effect and UHI, but what about marine thermal heating, and what are some solutions there? And linked to that, I had a specific question around supply chains, and I would like to thank Vincent for your comments on areas like, for instance, products and supply chains, which we talk about less. And there are two specific questions. I think one, how can we, and I'll stop with this, but I would, if possible, appreciate comments there. During heat-related disruptions, how can companies, mitigate the impact with regard to supply chains, and how can we ensure timely delivery of essential goods and services during heat waves? So, thank you.
Maybe we'll answer this, otherwise we'll forget the series of questions Vanshika has asked. But we'll go to Vincent first, and then who's going to take up the marine question?
Thanks. I didn't have a chance to speak much about the solutions. So there's different types of solutions to manage heat resilience. One is to change the products. So you could move to a product class that is heat stable, for instance, ambient temperature, doesn't require a cold chain. This is what we've done for the management of postpartum hemorrhage. We're now introducing heat-stable carbetocin as a replacement for oxytocin, so moving away from cold chain requirements, and that's far more resilient. You could look at packaging options. You could look at freeze drying some of the reagents of reactions, because when it's in a powder form as opposed to a liquid, it's far more heat resilient. So there's that side. But then there's the supply chain side. So what can companies do, whether they're involved in logistics or manufacturing, is to improve the the thermal control of the entire supply chain, because that's going to be required no matter what.
Thank you. I think somebody has a mic there. Yeah. Sorry.
My name is Sandeep. I'm working with street vendor community specifically, and with informal workers, basically frontline workers who directly who are forced to work in direct heat exposures in daylight working. So I'm asking, before asking the question, I must congratulate the Andhra Pradesh government that you just said you have the first heat action plan. Is there means I just want to curious about is there any specific provision for these frontline workers in your heat action plan, or like we are talking about cool rooftop and all, and these workers are means they are forced to work in open sky, and if they just erect any kind of shed or kind of these things, so these will be treated as encroachment, and they will be treated means like anti-encroachment drive is there, and they will be their goods will be seized, and there are lots of difficulties and challenges in front of them. So what are what are we planning, and what are the solutions for these kind of situation? Yeah.
Hi.
You can answer and then you can.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question. And three things I would like to tell what we are doing for our frontline workers. First, we have identified them as the first responders, and as Angela Garu also mentioned, we protect them. How do we take care of them? And as you can see in the book as well, the plan we have integrated, there is a dedicated portion where we told them how do we facilitate them in facilitating people. I mean, how do we take care of them? What are the points in which we are addressing them, taking care of their logistics, taking care of their health themselves first, if their checkups are done, or if they need any help, they need any assistance, that the frontline workers, that thing is included in the chapter in our work plan. And second is, we continuously improve our heat action plan based on the feedback we receive from them. So whatever ground realities our frontline workers are bringing back to the table, those become pillars of our heat action plan. So this policy or this action plan which is drafted has a lot of insights and inputs given by our frontline workers. So in two ways. And third is, we constantly work on updating and giving, building their capacities. So as rightfully observed, that there are a lot of local innovations people have come up with. We don't have to tell people how to deal with heat. You go to their home in a village, in remotest village, which is bordering Karnataka in Anantapuram, they know they have, some Indians popularly call it jugaad. Unhone kuch to kuch nikal liya hoga. So you have to include that and make it rather than imposing, right? So in these three ways, yes, Anantapuramu's heat action plan is well aware, and we are taking care of the frontline workers. It is included as well. And I must also tell that this heat action task force at the district level also has them as members. It is headed by the district collector. This draft was entirely guided by him. Thank you.
So ma'am, bottom-up approach really seems like it was a key aspect of your heat action plan as well. So.
Hi, so I'm Dr. Jaideep, so I work with the Palladium as a senior consultant healthcare. So my question is related to data. So I have seen in our corporation, so where the heat-related illness, the data is, if we say that for whole month, even the numbers are coming like around 100 or something. So something we are not taking good data. You rightly said that the ground healthcare workers and everything, but at the time they come to hospitals, the heat-related illness are somewhere linked with some other disease also. So that data is considered as not heat-related, but something different. Some maybe another morbidity is there. And some similar for solar also, there is some data that's showing that with the solar panel, also more heat are generated. So do India have the proper data mechanism? The quality of data is not that good. We can say that has the implement or help us in good policy.
Can I take this question? I'm glad that you brought this up. On a daily basis, we have measured our Asha Didi or an Anganwadi worker uploads data on 17 to 20 different applications and web portals, and it's not a joke. It is not a joke to just, when I went on field, you spend a day with an Asha, she has so many, any kind of application, new app is launched, who is entering the data? Asha. Any new portal is launched, who is entering the data? The ground. So she uses her mobile only to talk to her family. She has to know. That is why our data is, Team Swasthi has closely worked with government of Andhra Pradesh in terms of data, the kind of, we gave them access to all the data, and they've observed how many erratas, like there were so many. So how do we correct this? Because ultimate filter is, it has to happen during the entering, right? Only there, from there, the source has to be pure. Only then your database will be correct. Now to deal with evidence-based decision making, to deal with AI, you need that rich data source. And that coming from the field who don't know how to enter, but I'm proud that they are willing to learn. They don't want to do mistakes. We don't, many a times it actually was surprising to me. We don't give them any additional thing, but they buy data packs. They carry their own, because every day they only have to take thumbprints, or they have to take, where they're not getting signal, they'll go there. So they are going out of the mile. I mean, extra mile to do what this work is. Of course, government of Andhra Pradesh, and I'm sure government of India at this level, we are all working in getting that network issues correct, increasing that so that the data entered is appropriate, reducing the number of columns, making them more optimal, making them more useful. Thank you.
To add to the question on data, I think it's also we need to be creative about where we get the data from. It can't all come from Ashas entering something on tablets. So an example is what we're doing as part of our research with our partners at TSHTI in Faridabad, and also the Indian startup CareMother, or Doto, who have invented a low-cost fetal heart rate monitor, digital fetal heart rate monitor. And we're able to look at the anonymized monitorings of the baby's heart rate from all across India and map that geolocated with the weather data at the time and the place that that heart rate was taken. And we can, map trends in what's happening actually with India's babies inside the womb, as going on. So we can sort of maybe find areas of vulnerability through using these novel data sources that big data is allowing us to do in a secure and anonymized way to protect the individuals, at the other end. But I think, it's an exciting time in data science, and I'm sure we can move forward, and the ASHAs are still critical, but I think we need to have a more robust way that we get health data to be able to identify those pockets of vulnerability you were mentioning, Brian, before. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. D. Nalini Mohan, Indian Forest Service officer, retired from Andhra Pradesh cadre. And then I've done my PhD in forest governance in India and climate change, with special reference to Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And then I'm happy that all of you are discussing how to handle the heat waves and then the environmental situation like emerging climate change and other things. So most of the speakers have spoken about how to help the rural public or the urban people to face the heat waves and then survive and maintain good health. So I appreciate that. And then there are several methods, and research is also increasing. But most of them are connected to mitigation measures. But we need to think about adaptation measures also. And then one of them is like planting more and more trees, and then creating more lung spaces, green spaces, gardens in every village, in every town, in every ward. We need to create that. And then there are a lot of spaces around in every primary health center in Andhra Pradesh and also in several other states, in area hospitals, in regional hospitals and district hospitals. I think we must include in the agenda for long-term heat mitigation plan and adaptation, the tree planting, and then inculcate the habit of on the tree planting and protecting them, so that ultimately it is nature's fury, and then nature's solutions, nature-based solutions have to be found. And I think I request all the healthcare administrators and all the policy makers and the builders and the policy that to include the component of environmental protection, and then greenery increasing, and then protecting them, and in the school curriculum also it should be included. Incidentally, I worked as a district forest officer in Anantapur and then did a lot of tree planting and other things. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Very important point on greening, but maybe we'll move to another question.
I'm Smita Sadasivan from Tamil Nadu State Advisory Board for Persons with Disabilities. So I would like to know if there is any specific action plan for addressing the heat issues that people with disabilities face. For example, in Government of India have recognized 21 disabilities in the National Disability Law, and there are people, because of heat, people face a lot of spasticity, or even for my condition, multiple sclerosis, spasticity, cognitive dysfunction, and exceeding fatigue. And apart from this, people who have blood disorders, they bleed more during if they go out in heat. And people with people who are acid attack victims, which is also one of the disabilities, they also get too much of burnt, too much of issues when they go out, because their skin is already burnt. So different issues, pressure sores happen for many people, and so with many more issues are there for persons with disabilities because of heat. So is there, in any part of the world, is there any specific action agenda which is being adopted and practiced for addressing these issues? And if you can brief a little bit about that. Thank you.
Short answer is no. I think that and I'm happy to be corrected, but from my work in the APAC region, the nuanced understanding of what the entire spectrum from heat exhaustion up to heat stroke among different populations. Jane spoke about pregnant women, but it looks very different, like you already alluded to, for different kinds of people, from children to elderly to those with chronic conditions and the various disabilities. And I think that it really starts with that training from the most specialized health professionals and all the way to the frontline workers. And then only we'll be able to address it before we lose it. New learning for me, I was going around the country, not for the sake of, but on different projects, and I always pause to speak to people about climate. I've been doing that for the past 4 years. And I had a focus group discussion with transgender people in Tamil Nadu, in fact. And they were telling me, because during the period of transition, they are on a lot of hormones, and they like the fairness cream thing, and it's sort of a common popular product that they use, and their faces actually burn as a result of being out there in the heat. And that was a new, I don't know how common that knowledge is, but that was something that was very new to me. So there are these nuances that are out there that are known but relatively unknown in the common space, which the doctors themselves don't know what they're looking for. So no, they're not in plans, and I think they need to be in a lot more research, understanding, and platforms to put those capacity building needs out to the professionals.
Definitely food for thought. Thank you for that reminder. Jaya, and then ma'am, and then I think we're almost done, but we'll try. Yes.
So, Ms. Vinutta, my question was to you, and congratulations for developing the action plan and actually implementing it, because there are quite a few heat action plans across India which have been developed? Because I was looking overall on online that a lot of states have developed it, like I think Mr. Akash Srivastava mentioned. I wanted to understand, and you have set up a governance mechanism through the collector. Where was the constraint in terms of funding, or was it in human resources? Because you started some of the training capacity building. And I'm picking this up because some of them are kind of socioeconomic problems, that if they're pregnant women or women working outside in the agriculture field, which is huge number of women who are doing that, how do you protect them? Because it's not in a hospital setting. It's in their home setting or community health centers, etc. So what were some of the sources of finance that you looked at or the district collector is thinking of using to actually implement it? Because I think that will be a very useful lesson for other kind of either district or city level action plans. Because I've looked at some of them and the lessons are also to set threshold temperatures for action. So I don't know whether that has happened, because that was the example from Bhubaneswar, which we had supported long time ago through actually some of the agencies to set up for a response to be set up with clear responsibility by different departments. Thank you.
Okay, we're done with time once you answer that. I know so we'll take one more question and then we'll sum up. Ma'am, once you answer that, we'll take one more question.
Okay, so to quickly answer your question, Jayaji, you can please go through the plan. First part is about the constraints. When it came to constraints of how did we feel, two things, primarily is one, missing links. Like everybody are working. Rural water supply is also working. Then electricity and power department is also working. Everybody is working, but there was missing links between different departments. So bringing them all on board and bringing them under one roof was one big challenge. And second is, second major constraint was to, as you have rightly mentioned, including the social constraints. So missing and identifying that missing gaps on the field. So why are our policies or why are the decisions taken not translating on the field? So to identify the gaps and include them. That was the major challenge we have felt in this. And major sources of funding, we have a lot of avenues in the government, at the district level. There is a malaria program, TB program, we have to use that for that. But for exclusively to dealing with health crisis, we can actually chalk out the necessary mechanism. You may as well go through this one and please give your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for being having the privilege of being the last person. Maybe this is directed to Ms. Vinutna. Possibly I've already addressed it, but just looking at, do we have good examples where we are able to turn the tap off rather than mop it up? One is, can we make the builders stop using the groundwater for building during summers because we are exhausting our drinking water? So is there a way we can do that? Secondly, they are clearing land, cutting off the trees and putting lawns in a country like India that does not have drinking water. We don't need lawns, we need trees. So how can we make those little changes where it becomes mandatory rather than, the lawn is nice to see, but it is not serving any purpose. And last one, horticulture. We are using the groundwater now and flowing it into the fields and making, water-intensive crops come out of arid places and places that should not be doing it. So how can we turn off some of these taps quickly? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I can share this in a funny way because I was in Anantapuram as an assistant collector. Now I am in Ministry of Jal Shakti. So suddenly, in fact, I am actually working on a problem statement of monitoring groundwater extraction across the country and to regulate it. So now there I told when I was in district that extracting groundwater, and now I am selling that you cannot extract groundwater anymore. So it is very paradoxical, but yes, as you have rightly mentioned, prevention rather than curation or rather than just mopping what is done. Of course, when we look at it at the district level, I've seen actually my collectors are very closely. just before heavy rains has happened, and it was because of the climate and the climate change. Anantapuram experiencing heavy rains is never heard before, but that kind of climate incidents are happening now. So we all had chalked out an SOP just to prevent. IMD warnings, we were continuously monitoring, there were video conferences at 1 a.m. in the night. We were preparing our people, we were evacuating them from the places, we were taking care of their medicines, all the PHCs are equipped. So that is how the preparedness, we are trying all out to prevent, and as you have rightly mentioned, we've included all, in every possible dimension we can, to in the heat action plan of the district. So how do we prepare ourselves, as Forest Officer Sir has also mentioned, and then adapt. Prevention, mitigation, adaptation makes the cycle. So all of them we try to inculcate in this. Please feel free to go through it and give us the feedback. And of course, yes, as you have also rightly mentioned about horticulture, so even if you go 400 feet deep now, there's no water. The aquifers have gone so below, everybody wants a bore. Everybody wants a bore well. So we are trying to regulate, we are trying to see where we have to protect the table, otherwise it will be disastrous going forward. So we're also taking care of it holistically. Whenever a policy is taken, forests are taken care, groundwater is taken care, all of the points are included. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you so much. Very interesting questions, but we have to now sum up. And may I request Ms. Ayako for just closing remarks, and post the closing remarks, we will do the launch of the heat action plan. So 2 minutes for Ayako, and then we'll do the dissemination.
Okay, so I'll go first. Well, thank you very much. I hope that the session was useful for everyone. You know, there's no one solution, and I think the more you listen and you discuss, you probably realize that there are challenges that maybe you haven't thought about that, right? But there are also solutions, and one thing that I'm extremely grateful to see that there are already heat and health action plans that are being implemented, and the lessons are shared here. So, and I think it's an excellent knowledge sharing that we all share together. For me, a few things that cut across today's session and many other sessions that we heard during this summit. One is how to bring a more holistic, comprehensive approach, right, to the many challenges that we see. The heat stress, unfortunately, is not going to, well, we do hope that it's going to be sorted out, but I'm afraid that probably we'll have more crises, more people are going to be affected compared maybe to the speed of the actions are taking. But obviously, we should not give up. And one thing that I'm also learning is that the heat action plan is constantly updated because there are more needs coming. And thank you very much for bringing out also the need for what we call disability inclusion. And it's not only in the heat action plan, but many, of course, other challenges that we see in the nexus between climate change and health. Because here talking, we have the heat stress, but just remind ourselves that climate change is bringing other big challenges. There's malnutrition, and there's also rising vector-borne diseases, right? And then you have a heat stress. Unfortunately, maybe some of the population are affected by all three, right? So I think it's really collective action, having a holistic approach, and very much how we bring the really the demand of those who are affected, you know, to come up really to the action. And then I think there was also mentioning about the need to bring the private sector which is, I think, is a huge challenge as well. So anyway, I don't want to repeat all the challenges that we have discussed, but much more, how much we have shared the lessons today to improve the actions today and tomorrow. And there's always progress that we need to see. There will be no one solution, but just maybe incremental progress that we have to bring to this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayako. And now, requesting Dr. Akash Srivastav and ma'am, how do we want to do the launch? Can we bring in those booklets? Yeah. Great. Thank you, everyone, for a great session.
but we need the background slide. अभी आ गया. Yeah. Okay. Hi everybody. Our next session is on leveraging artificial intelligence for transformative drug discovery and development. If any of you are interested, please join us in this session. No, we don't have data presentation, but this, yeah. Hi, everybody. It's Sunday, and that's end of the 3-day-long session, so I know it's hard to stay back, but thanks to those who have made it, and I hope some of our colleagues attending other sessions, they may show up later in the next 90 minutes. So again, good afternoon. My name is Moushumi Mondal, and I lead Business and Partnership in Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, DNDI. We are a not-for-profit international R&D organization working with partners to discover and develop new therapeutics for neglected populations. Today, we are hosting this session along with Organization Path. We have a very interesting topic, we believe, and that is leveraging artificial intelligence for transformative drug discovery and development. We are hearing a lot about AI in recent times. Even in last 2.5 days, we have seen more than half a dozen of panels talking about AI, digital technology, and its use in health system, be it in health literacy, diagnostic, or even tobacco cessation. In next 1.5 hours, we will be hearing from experts how AI is shaping or could be shaping the research and development of medicines much before it gets into health system. With this, let me invite our speakers on the dais. I will start with Dr. Sonali Das. She is the Senior Director of Data Science at TCG Life Sciences, a leading global contract research organization. She has led the development of innovative in silico tool that support drug discovery and R&D efforts in the pharma and biotech sector. Sonali, welcome to the dais. Our next speaker, Dr. Shandar Ahmed. Shandar is a professor and coordinator of DBT Bioinformatics Center at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. He developed pioneering AI-based methods for predicting DNA binding sites and protein interactions. Welcome, Dr. Shandar. Our next speaker, Dr. Tushar Jad. Tushar is the Chief Information Officer and Digital Officer at Origin Pharmaceutical Services Limited in Hyderabad, where he leads digital transformation in contract drug discovery and development. He champions the use of AI, ML, RPA, all these jargons we will be hearing more in the next few minutes. Welcome, Tushar. We have Dr. Krishna Kumar, the Assistant General Manager, Manufacturing Technology and Automation at Genova Biopharmaceuticals in Pune. He leads pioneering initiatives in AI-driven process monitoring, predictive analytics, and real-time process visualization, significantly enhancing manufacturing efficiency and consistency. Welcome, Krishna. Our next speaker, Mr. Mandar, who is the Vice President of Operations at Diagnosearch Life Sciences, overseeing clinical operations, data management, and relevant statistical aspects in the company. He has managed more than 150 clinical trials across India, Africa, and Southeast Asia, and championed innovation in clinical data integration. We welcome Mandar on the dais. And last but not the least, our panelist, sixth panelist is Dr. Abhishek Dikshit. We have a change in the panel member. I welcome Abhishek. Yeah. Abhishek, he is a physician with expertise in health information and digital transformation. He supports Ministry of Health, Government of India, and United Nations Office in Bangkok for empowering SMEs in Central Asia. He is the founder and CEO of Cyber Health Academy, which helps organizations take leap in the ever-evolving digital age. And now I welcome the moderator of the session, Dr. Kavita Singh. She is the Asia Continental Lead and the Director of South Asia of DNDi. She is a trained physician, and her career has been at the interface of clinical research, public health, and advancements of innovations for delivery. Welcome, Kavita. And I am handing over the panel to Kavita for moderation and request her to give a brief overview of different aspects of drug discovery and development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moshmi. And I do see some more people trickling into the hall. I hope this trickle keeps going on because, not because of any other reason, but because the fact that we are extremely fortunate to have such a distinguished and a panel which is spreading across the spectrum. And when I say spectrum, I really mean drug discovery and the development spectrum. Having people from academia, from contract, really advanced level of contract manufacturing, clinical trials, how do we scale up manufacturing and scale up and the logistics, supply chain, and ultimately how do we ensure any drug which is discovered, developed, which takes decades, reaches the patients in the last mile, And I'm sure all of us have heard these really numbers, which are actual numbers of 10, 12, 14 years of drug discovery and development, the way traditional drug discovery is done, 1.2, 1.4 billion, the failure rate, the attrition rate, everything makes it so complex. And even as a country, when we start counting the number of drugs we have discovered, innovative drugs, we are certainly a generic powerhouse. But when we start talking about new novel drugs, innovative drugs, we do feel that there is so much more we could have done or we can do in the future. So therefore, this whole topic was thought about. And once again, I'm really going to thank, because many of the panelists have flown from different parts to be here with us. And I'm going to fully utilize their existence, in this panel. And I think the point which we would like to highlight and bring is how each block of drug development, it's a complex process. So it starts from, if you really want to have simpler frameworks, and it could be discovery, it can be clinical development, manufacturing, and implementation. Those are the simplest way of describing drug discovery and development. But when we, when we complexify it further by using words AI, ML, DL, we get more, there's a sense of panic which comes in. So what I'm going to do is call an academician here first and help us at least, for people to understand how do we use these words when we talk about drug discovery and development. So if I can please ask our JNU professor, Dr. Shandar, to just that brief inputs.
Thank you. So since this is a session about AI, and some of us may be just listening to AI for the first time or just listening as laymen, so I'm just giving you a brief introduction of what we do in AI. So AI is a science that aims to use data for discovering knowledge. The ultimate aim, as you call artificial general intelligence, there is artificial narrow intelligence, then artificial general intelligence, and then artificial super intelligence. So in the artificial general intelligence, we hope that all the human knowledge, be it physics, chemistry, biology, that all is relevant for the drug discovery and other aspects of human knowledge, can be synthesized into a single intelligent device, intelligent machine, intelligent model. And this can be considered to be like a supermodel. That is perhaps the ultimate aim of AI. And as AI has grown over the years, it has done wonders in the field of predictive AI, where you have a data, you do not know what kind of mathematical model relates with these features, with these properties. So we use AI as a kind of a black box model that fits very well, and AI has therefore contributed significantly to predictive AI. And that has been the regime of AI for a long time. And recently now you hear a lot about LLMs, different types of generative AI has taken hold of the field of AI. So this generative AI cannot just use your data to produce outcomes such as predicting whether this drug will work or not work, what will be the hydrophobicity of this particular site, what will be the properties of this particular drug. So this is what predictive modeling was doing. Now this generative AI not only can model your data, but also generate new data. So the field moves from using your own data to find simple questions, answers like classification, regression, that you move it from generating just engineering prompts. So you move as a user, instead of interacting with AI, with your data, trying to create a model, you interact with it with the help of certain prompts. So you focus on generating the right kind of prompts to generate the data that you're interested in. Then the next phase, and as this is something that Jensen has recently talked about, NVIDIA CEO, he said the next phase of AI would be the agentic or robotic AI, where the machines will not only do will give you intelligent answers, but will also act intelligently and give you the action. So from the field for this, agentic AI will be a combination of the AI plus IoT sensors plus the actuators which actually perform the task. So robotics will be an important component of that. So now as a researcher or as a user who wants to generate knowledge from this, how an individual interacts with AI. When you develop a predictive model, you look for the right kind of data, public data or your own data, and you try to develop a classifier. When you're trying to develop generative or other kinds of, so you have something called foundational models. And you are, as a user, sometimes you need not bother about what kind of technology is behind, whether it is AI or whether it is conventional technology. You don't have to understand AI at all. You just have to go and put a prompt. I want a particular photo with these properties. So you are not an AI expert by using this tool. So many of the drug discovery tasks can be done just as simple as that. Just going there, asking your question, and the answer will come. So you don't need to learn AI. What you have to learn there, how to interact with AI, what kind of language the AI systems models understand. So, but then the second stage, when we want to develop the foundational models which others can utilize, they can fine-tune over time, you need really, the focus goes from the AI to the infrastructural aspects. Foundational model require a lot of data to be trained. And that is where a big bottleneck has come for the small labs or small infrastructure AI technologies. You really require thousands of GPUs to train such a huge amount of data. So this is where the interaction with AI as a developer, as a user, that is where we have to consider. And finally, one, you can say the predictive models are kind of convergent models, whereas the LLM and this kind of models are divergent models where the information flows out. And in the field of drug discovery, for example, generative model can generate new molecules with given properties. So this is where the area is heading, and this is kind of basic idea. As we move on and discuss, we will know specific applications of AI in the field of drug discovery.
It is still quite complex, Dr. Chandar. That's what I'll say. What I'm hoping, of course, we're going to demystify, because if you will see, it's a very interesting way our panelists are sitting. We have the first three talking more about the upstream of the drug discovery and development, and the next three will talk more about the downstream. So, and I'm going to have a similar question for each one of you. If I can start with Dr. Sonali, if that's okay. Dr. Sonali, if you can briefly explain, what are the present traditional methods of, we are doing drug discovery and development globally here in India, and has world pivoted in that early, in your space, in your field? Because I'm hoping each panelist will go to the next stage of discovery as we move from your space till Abhishek in the end. Can you talk about to us how traditionally we are going to change, or we can change? There is a probability of change.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Kavita. And very good afternoon to everyone. It's a privilege to be a part of this panel and get a chance to talk about from my experience. So the present industrial era is called 4.0. So in this era, the requirement is human effort will have to be intermingled with the digital space in order to make informed decision faster, better, and more efficient. So we are in that era. Now, let me just give a very brief context about the classical drug discovery, how it has been happening so far. So it starts with identification of a disease area. It can be diabetes, it can be any kind of cancers, it can be anything. So once the disease area is identified, then one will have to understand what went wrong in the particular biological space, which is why from normal condition, my disease onset has happened, and then the disease progression had happened, and then the full-blown disease. So once the biology is understood and the proteins that the function of the proteins that has gone for an ORI, we start thinking how to modulate that protein. Many of the time we try to inhibit the protein activity because the activity goes up. That's the norm that we have seen. So in order to inhibit the protein activity, one would look for to begin with, to small molecules. Now there is the era of large molecules and it's showing more effectiveness in cancer. Let's put that aside for some time. So for the small molecule space, so identification and discovery of the small molecules, which is basically a chemical compound, starts happening, and the small molecule will have to bind to the protein that I have identified in a particular pocket of the protein and thereby inhibit its function. Then after identification of the small molecules, one will have to, so there is a design component of the small molecules. Then the small molecules will have to be synthesized in order to perform more experiments, in order to understand the target engagement is what we called in the biology space. So in each of this step, AI is stepping in order to make the process more efficient. So today in the classical drug discovery space takes about 10 to 12 years to complete from beginning to end, and then at the end of that, the drug comes into the market. And some of us may also be aware of the fact that it's not that when the drug comes into the market, it's always successful. Many times there is a withdrawal because, once it comes into the market, it hits a much bigger population. There is some drug associated, some toxicity that has been observed. It can be drug associated, it can be the target associated, it can be some other thing. So after spending this 12 years, and typically it takes about $1.2 to $1.4 billion, the drug comes into the market. Now, how to squeeze this time is perhaps where the AI can make a very big impact, which it has already started happening in some organization. They're based out of West. We are yet to see it in India. So I can give an example for that. So in West, there's a Boston-based company which has incorporated the AI in order for them to identify the target for an antifibrotic target. And then they have designed a molecule, and the molecule has actually completed very successfully the phase 1 stage is what we call, and now it is in phase 2. Now, the classical way of drug discovery would have taken about 8 years to do this. Now, with the application of AI, this company, it's called In Silico Medicine, they actually squeezed the time in 18 months. So that's a big jump. Now, we are actually waiting to see the impact of that molecule. So it's still in it completed very successfully phase 1. It has still a long way to go, phase 2 and then phase 3, and show its impact. But it looks promising, certainly. So that's how AI is going to create a very big impact in order for us to understand the biology better in quicker manner, and then make an informed decision and take my drug discovery program forward. So in our organization, which is a 20+ years old organization, and we are working with US and Europe-based pharma, we have started introducing this informatics component in making our decision better, in the sense time efficient. It's not going to replace anything. That's not how we think today. But it's going to augment what I do today in order to make a better decision. And as I said at the beginning, that once the drug gets into the market, it's not that the drug is there, safe and all. Many times it gets withdrawn. The research says about 10% of the drug which are in the pipeline gets into the market and stays there. So 90% does not enter the market, but the time and money has been spent. So to make all of those better, this certainly is an approach, and we have taken this approach in our work, and our organization mainly stands on the chemistry. So there is a huge team of 800 odd chemists working on this chemistry synthesis process. They started thinking that the molecules that we are getting from our clients, these days they're designed with AI. And therefore, going to the literature, going to the patent, getting a path in order to synthesize those molecules is becoming more and more challenging. So therefore, we have started introducing the AI-based synthetic route prediction with all ifs and buts in place, because once it is predicted, that does not necessarily mean that it's going to be successful. So we have started introducing those, and we have started introducing those because our clients want us to introduce those. We felt that there is a need for us to change today. And as I said, it's the industry era 4.0. And so we are going to get into a very exciting era, and we look forward for a promising outcome. So
thank you.
Did I mention all the points that you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay.
But I will certainly have maybe a follow-up question for Dr. Shandar as it picks up the baton from Dr. Sonali. In your university, is designing, because she mentioned about both designing and synthesis, and she also said that because the way they are structured is more like a contract organization. But how is it we are doing in the university training? Are we including these components of AI in designing? I mean, is that something our students are getting exposed to, or you are still we are doing something differently because you come from that, you're training students for the next generation?
Yeah, thank you for asking this. Academicians generally take the first step, but they perhaps sometimes stop short of taking it to the last stage of drug discovery. So in the field of drug discovery, the academics are working on a number of areas, and our students, particularly at the research level, are really experimenting and playing with the recent the state-of-the-art technologies. I identify 3 specific areas of drug discovery where the field has not really gone to the commercial stage and where the potential lies in eventually. The first, where AI requires data integration. So you have success of large language models. You can create sentences, you can create poems, you can do all this because language is spoken by one individual is also understood by another individual. That does not happen in the drug discovery associated data. For example, the gene expression data or the cell-based assays or any kind of data that is generated by one research group is not necessarily comparable with another group. One experiment does not match another. So the quantitative data is so difficult to model, and the technologies which are which were really the path-breaking in terms of the language, very large amounts of the language data has been used to train these LLMs. We cannot use those LLMs directly on the quantitative data, and that is where the models do not work very effectively. So one area in which data integration technique and trying to create a universe of data where people can ask questions instead of having, okay, what will happen if I give this drug? What will happen inside this cell or inside that cell? This kind of questions we should be able to ask just in the same way what will happen when I ask, please give me a poem on today's weather. So you ask this type of question and LLM can give you a poem, but you cannot ask this type of questions in the field of drug discovery. I cannot ask any trained models today that if I give this drug, what will happen? Okay, so that kind of data is almost impossible to generate with the current models, and that is where a big potential lies. So this will be possible only when we can, at a quantitative scale, unify the entire universe of data. So that we are working in this area like global gene expression data sets. You have millions of experiments have been done, and we keep on doing thousands of experiments every day. So these experiments are often superfluous. We should not have to do every new experiment every time. We should be able to transfer and expand the knowledge that we have already generated. This is one area. Second is the target discovery, how to find that, okay, this is the target that works very well, and how to introduce the cellular outcomes right at an early stage of the drug discovery process. So as I said, if I can use LLM or I can use any AI model to generate new molecules. Now, how these molecules will behave, how they will interact with a given target, what are the IC50 values for this, or what are the different cellular outcomes. In the individual narrow experimental space, we are able to do it. But what will happen in a larger scenario, that is where we talk about drugs fail at a later stage. So at different stages of drug discovery process, we keep on dropping the drug candidates. Why we keep on dropping them is because we have not been introduced the knowledge of these molecules that at the early stage of drug discovery. So bringing the cellular outcomes, the transcriptome, transcriptional information, the cellular information, the side effects information at an early stage of drug discovery is very challenging. And this is partly because the data associated to that are not available, and we are not in a position to ask those type of questions. So, thirdly, the precision medicine is another area where we are working, and that is we have discovered a drug. We know that this drug works on X person, but this drug does not work on another person. So personalized treatments and can we profile individuals in the same way we profile, you have digital twins like in the field. So can we profile an individual? I have a copy of what I am for a computer, for a drug. Can I experiment 10 different drugs and tell, okay, this particular drug is going to work, this drug is not going to work. So we need very accurate models which can take the drugs, which can take my genomic profile, or which can describe me completely as a biological entity, and then tell me in advance that because of such and such changes in such and such characteristics in your genomic profile or your cellular profiles or your previous infections, this particular drug is not going to work on you. So these are the kind of areas where research is trying to advance itself and then improve not only the drug discovery process, but also the drug choice process, how to make choices in advance.
Okay. I'll first, for the interest of time, because I have another round of questions, I'll move to Trisha. Trisha, would you like further to add on this, where you see the traditional way of working, the next steps could be impacted? Well, I understand from Dr. Shandar, many models are not yet existing, right? So they need to be developed, global collaborations, platforms need to be developed. But what is your take, or what is your prediction on pivoting at any point of time, and what could that look like?
Sure. I think first of all, while my colleagues have already covered a lot of ground, I'll try to keep it precise and try to add on top of whatever they have said. So first of all, AI is not a magic wand which will generate new molecules and they can be tested in lab and it will work soon. It's not the case, guys. It's a very high-tech technology. It is here to stay, of course, but we have not seen even a single molecule there in the market which is generated by AI. Yeah, I mean, no physician is actually prescribing a AI-generated molecule yet, as of now, right? While there are a few companies who are doing very good in this space, they have a couple of assets in phase 2, and while they have also promised of killing the timelines by 30 to 40%, how much of it has actually been converted into a commercial product matters a lot, right? Many of the companies who claim that they have these AI models and they work well actually don't have anything on the ground. I mean, till the time this AI-generated molecules are not tested in a lab, in a wet lab, those are still theoretical numbers, right? Those don't stand anything. I remember I have seen in the past that some couple of companies came up with some options of certain molecules, and these molecules were chemically impossible to make in the lab, because they were AI-generated molecules, because AI does not have its brain. I mean, AI will work only if HI is there. HI is human intelligence, by the way, right? So the human intelligence on top of the AI will actually fine-tune and make it a finer, better outcome, right? The chemist will still drive it. It cannot be a machine who's driving it. It's important to also benchmark where we stand today. When I talk about these AI models, how do I say that, okay, X network provider is better than Y network provider? Right? Why will I switch to X versus Y? What is that single parameter of comparison for me? While some companies claim that, okay, I have this model which is world class, other one says that, no, I have another better model. I don't know yet, right? And the proof of the pudding is when actually you will have something in commercial space, right? From a traditional perspective to an AI-generated perspective, I think there are 5 important things which AI needs today. Professor said that agentic AI is here to stay, right? Now, agentic AI comes up with a lot of promises. Now we know so many molecules are there, so many models are there, right? Which model to be used when? What is the right evaluation metric to be utilized, right? Which LLM to be used? We don't know yet. How about an agent doing that same job for you running multiple models in the background, multiple LLMs in the background, giving an output to you, and at a consensus level, whichever is the best, please prioritize them in the lab. And that is the end game, what we are looking at 2 years down the line. Like I was mentioning, there are 5 important things when we talk about AI. One is around data. What data do we have? How are we curating the data? The data cannot be utilized, whatever is available out there in the market, because we don't know whether that data is really validated or not. It should be curated in the right space. And AIs will not work in thousands and lakh of records. It has to be millions and billions of data sets, right? That's very important. Second is models. Now, we spoke about multiple models, gen models, spread models, DL-based, reinforcement learning, lot of models, right? Which models to be used when? And what is the accuracy? How do we make them work is an important aspect. Third is around compute. Now, if you talk about these GPUs, which our professor spoke about, very expensive affair, guys. I have burnt my hands when we used our GPUs on cloud. It's super duper expensive, yeah. And then you will end up doing a capital investment, and it will also not yield you ROI. Then your CFO will be behind you that, hey, you bought so many GPUs. What is the use of it? Fourth and foremost is, I think, most important thing, what the professor does is he gets the right talent out there in the industry, right? The students what are coming from this institutes should be trained, should be utilizable for me to put them onto a product and make a platform out of it and make it a repeat success every time. So talent is very important. And the final thing for me is something which I call trust but verify. Like I mentioned, AI is not a magic wand. You trust the data, but you please make sure that you verify the data once. This is the 5 lever which we always follow within the whole company as well. And I think any AI model, you take another example, maybe a method development in the manufacturing space, in the R&D space rather. So there also, these 5 things work well: data, models, compute, talent, trust but verify. These are the 5 key things which I think should be one of the key takeaway for you guys.
Thank you, Tushar. But with that, we sort of, before going downstream, we are saying we have a molecule, we're going to take it from manufacturing. So the company which you mentioned has taken a molecule which has gone up till the phase 2. How are they so ahead of us? Can't help being competitive in life. That which models, Dr. Chanda, would you know, how did they develop their models in advance? Are we lagging behind? Is there some learnings for India that models, molecules have gone to phase 2? So and it must have been a 4-5 years old process. So which models do those companies use? Are they proprietary? Are they open source? A very brief answer, because I need to also open for 2 minutes and then go to manufacturing and clinical trials.
I come from a bioinformatics background where every bioinformatician tries to develop free products. And on the other hand, the chemoinformatician wants to charge for every small thing. Even to calculate the mass of a protein, they have a software which will charge you for things. So chemoinformatics and bioinformatics have such a kind of extreme ideologies in this. You have movements like Open Bioinformatics Initiative and different kinds of. So if you go to the field of genomics and bioinformatics, pretty much everything is free. It is, as Dr. Tushar was saying, the thing is how to judiciously and accurately use it. And perhaps that is where the drug discovery people are making money, to make these tools, these are very powerful tools, simple to use. And make them accessible to the researchers, so you just ask simple questions and the answers come. And rest of that, you have a Schrodinger and you have Autodoc. So you have the Autodoc is free, and you have Schrodinger, which is so expensive. So this, the gap between, although technologically there may not be so much of a difference, but the gap is in terms of the accessibility and the availability, and that is where we need to develop expertise to use more cheaper tools and also develop our own in the process.
Sure, thank you.
And I think
before we start manufacturing, and I'll let you have the word. And if there's any question for you, have anybody from the early discovery, chemistry, bioinformatics background, if they have any questions. But Dr. Tushar, please complete what you were saying.
I was saying the differentiator for us and maybe in the company which you mentioned, probably also is data. What data you're having access to, and your models will become fine-tuner if at all you have the right data. And the data, when it goes back to the clinic, goes to the wet lab, comes back to you, and you train the model again. And then your accuracy keeps on improving every time. So that is one of the key differentiator. In India, we don't do enough R&D. Maybe a bold statement for me to do, but probably we don't do enough R&D to get this data back to us and train our models and make it more effective is the key probably.
So that's what legacy we are living with. Anybody has any question before Dr. Krishna starts manufacturing? Please, Harish. Yeah, please. Can we?
Thank you, sir. So I would ask, what if we use the repurposed drugs? What will means how AI will work into the repurposed drugs? These are already developed. So how we can use the models to understand whether this AI will give a it will give a simplicity or simplification of the process.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, ma.
Beautiful question. So there is already a drug, a repurposed drug, that came into the market during COVID time. So Benevolent AI is the company who did this repurposing, and the drug is called Bersenative. So that has been rolled out for the COVID patient. However, the efficacy and the outcome that was predicted by the AI model wasn't what has been observed when it came to the market and it was given to the patient. So what it was lacking is that it's too much of faith on the AI or model-driven repurposing. It did not have the time to do the experimental validation for that other disease.
Then we cannot validate whether AI is giving the actual data or not. I think when we are taking lot of, a compound library if we are taking, so how we can predict that this particular drug will act on even if we are using the repurposed drug, so how it will act effectively on this, on any
protein.
Yeah.
Any protein, yeah.
Yeah, any protein.
So my model, whoever uses the model, not me. So the company that I was talking about, and Dr. Kavita, as you asked, so they have like 3 AI model, they're all proprietary. So they have generated their own data, built their model, and they're using it. And they are the one who has the molecule crossing phase 1 in 18 months. So my model actually takes care of the design of the small molecule, which is drug, the protein that I want to target, and how to synthesize that molecule, and when I target the protein, what will be the outcome. All of those are covered in the model. And it can be one model, but this particular company has 3 different models. So with all of these models, and then there is a repurposing component comes, which also calls for another terminology jargon called polypharmacology. So which means that one molecule can actually bind to more than one protein. And so the model that will be used to determine the polypharmacology will actually pull out another protein, another biological pathway, which is what has happened for Bersenative, and the expected outcomes predicted by the model that yes, it will do perhaps to reduce the cytokine storm, because that was the one that everybody wanted to tackle at that point of time. So model will have all of these inputs. A good model will have all of these inputs. So that, human thinking gets into analyze the data, gives the human intelligence that Dr. Tushar just mentioned, so that, the end stage attrition, waste of time, money, etc., reduces progressively. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Since this is a very interesting and very important question in the field of drug discovery, I would like to add, there are 2 advantages that repurposing gives you over the de novo drug discovery. One, that you already know the side effects, what will be the negative effect of this drug. And second is, since the drug is already there, you already have some feedback. Yes. You have some data about how it has impacted populations, so if you have the right kind of health data, and we have seen people, how it has affected their diseases, if you have collected the data, that you will have new candidates. But what actually happens when you administer a drug to an individual, and what happens, sometimes it takes years for us to know what will happen. Yes. And it is not simply just a game between one molecule and another molecule. It is a much more complex process in the human body. Some of the side effects reveal themselves after several years of taking drug. Yes. So this problem remains. This problem is not very different in repurposing than in the de novo drug discovery. Okay. So these questions will always remain. So that's why that's where I mentioned this connectivity map. where this information about possibly what will this drug do other than just binding to its target. It may be not binding directly in your in vitro or in silico experiments. It may not be appearing to be binding, but may still have very slow and very long-term effects, indirect effect, direct effect. So this, if we can incorporate these cellular changes at an early stage of drug discovery, we would be better off in selecting the right repurposing candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Dr. Shandar has been my teacher in my PhD courses. So I'm very glad, sir, to be here and listening to you. So my question is, see, right now we are talking about single molecule, right? Single small molecule. I am right now working with my company with resinas. Resinas are the mixture of many things, right? So there will be several small molecules which will be working in a specific target. So how can we use AI for solving this? Because if we will dock each and every molecule with all the network proteins which are there, then it will take years in just doing the in silico work also. So how can we approach this problem with the help of AIs to speed up this whole process of in silico?
Yeah, so that's also a very good question from a PhD student. So as you said, it's not one small molecules. The small molecule library has millions of molecules. But it's my responsibility in the early drug discovery phase to identify, first shortlist a group of proteins which got altered and therefore normal homeostasis has been perturbed and the disease onset has happened. Now there is an order or prioritizing those protein molecules, say 10 of those in the set. And then I will set up a priority, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Then I will pick the first protein and I will call my small molecule library, which has more than 1 million molecule, and I will do this docking as you mentioned. That doesn't take much time. So there are docking tools which are really fast. So in order to exhaust molecular docking between the list of small molecules and the protein can take few months, depending on how big is the library that you have. So that helps you to shortlist the number of small molecules. That's one thing, that's the molecular docking. That will indicate affinity and etc. Then you do molecular dynamics, which will give you further insight. See, the protein in the cell is not static. Molecular docking is a static estimation. Then it gets into the molecular dynamic, that in dynamic space, the interaction of the protein and the small molecule, how stable is that? How long it is, half-life, etc., etc. And that helps me to further filter down molecules. Eventually, when I get one molecule, by that time, as I mentioned this 12 years, I've already spent 10 years. Then only I get to 3 molecules. Then from those 3 molecules, one becomes the drug that enters the market. So this is how I filter, starting from 1 million up to 1 molecule, which gets to the market. And in every stage, because of the application of AI and the appropriate model, I will squeeze the time in the best possible way. But human intervention, perhaps I'll talk about it in the later session, is really important. So that will get there.
Harish, you wanted to have a quick one? And then because we have time, the more the interaction, I would say,
okay, this is
not easy having such a panelist.
I think a bit unhappy that such an excellent panel in the room is not filled up, unfortunately, folks. Just curious about, I mean, I have many questions in my head, but a lot of pharma data is locked up inside large companies. So I wonder, I think, Tushar, maybe it was who you said that, we don't have enough. That was one problem. Is there a possibility of having, trying to force companies to put this on public domain, or is that a lost cause? Second thing is, you said something very interesting about synthesis, right? You can dream up a molecule, can you synthesize it? So you're saying essentially AI cannot also synthesize it, right? There is no chemosynthetic. It can design, which is, it can solve apparently complicated chemistry problems, but it cannot synthesize, or it cannot tell you whether it can synthesize also. I mean, I get that it's all built out of existing data it's learned from. But anyway, thank you so much.
Yeah, I think interesting question. The first one is definitely around the data. So India has not been known as an innovator when it comes to drug discovery. We are always a generics, we're the pharmacy of the world, where we manufacture a lot, and my friend Krish will talk about the manufacturing use cases. So the data within R&D space also of what Indian companies have and the unlock which you're talking about is not about drug discovery data. I'll be very... Yeah, so I'll come there. So from an Indian perspective, I think whatever the panel here is, we do drug discovery in our own spaces, but we do it for some innovator which is based out of the West. From a global perspective, I think there have been initiatives for making a consortium wherein the data is getting shared. And the data is available out there as well. I can name a few, something called PubChem, PubMed, Chembell. Some databases are already there. But I think there is a lot of noise in that data. That data also needs to be curated for you to utilize a model, in the model for training rather, training, testing, data set perspective. But I think at least efforts are there in that direction for making it more open source and for making it available for any and every institute and the company as well. But we are not there yet. I think there is still a lot of ground to be covered on the data part of it. But it's a very important question because data is the heart of AI. If models are the soul, like Dr. Sonali mentioned, data is the heart. Right, that's the first thing. Second question, can you please come again? What was the second one?
He was asking that, it was the design between the challenge between the design and synthesis.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So designing is still
Actually,
easier for AI.
Maybe just add
Please.
Quickly, if you can answer both. One is this high throughput chemistry plus this is that loop of going back and forth and learning. And maybe that's not the limiting factor. Maybe that's all easy to do. And I'm saying bioassays, binding assays, chemistry, different forms, all these strong throughputs have to combine and guide you. I'm sure I'm simplifying it enormously from everything I've heard so far, but I was wondering if all that adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think important thing what I wanted to let you know, guys, is the hallucination. AI hallucinates a lot. When I mentioned, so I was talking at some conference, I remember, someone asked ChatGPT what is the favorite food of France, and it responded as French fries. Which is not the case, right? Of course, because AI is building biases, it is making correlations and bringing out some data. Now, having said it, the generated molecules are not that easy. You will need a very super chemist to actually synthesize it and to get the right ROS and then actually do it in a wet lab. But then, having said that, it is not too difficult as well, of course. But the prompt, what you are using, has to nullify that hallucination as much as possible. Of course, hallucination will complete. Another approach for making it more simpler and more refined is something to introduce something called an ensembler in between your chemistry and your design. Whatever design comes out from a Gen AI perspective, if it is put through a filter, some kind of a filter, which is making it more chemically viable, is a good use case, is what I have seen in the industry. So that could be an answer to it, but again, no straight answer. Dr. Sonali, you want to allude to it? Happy to.
So because we are a CRO, we work with many different pharmas. So we are agnostic to the therapeutic area. Whatever molecule we get, we are to synthesize that. And most of the time, the synthesis route as is not available anywhere, and therefore they come to us. Nowadays, we are seeing this AI-generated molecules. There are softwares, commercial softwares, that we plan to evaluate and use. They also predict the synthetic route. Now, that synthetic route will have an AI-generated answer in combination with the experimentally validated answer. Now, only by looking at the synthetic route, which can have 6 steps up to 15 steps or 18 steps, only a very experienced synthetic chemist would pick one path as opposed to others and then enter the laboratory, start doing it. That also not necessarily say that it will be successful. So even the software says that if there is more of AI-generated path, we call that high-risk process. If it is more experimentally proven, not the full thing, part of it, then it's low risk. So there is a risk component, but the future is that perhaps a new synthetic route will be identified with this. Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to move ahead. Dr. Krishna, if I can please invite you and a little bit talk about, is there is a use case for manufacturing? Do you save time? Do you save money? Is it possible? Or is it still we are far away from there? Because you have a lot of internal data, right? This is little different from what we were talking about drug discovery. Here companies do have internal data to guide.
Yes, Director Sonali and Professor Dr. Tushar, they talked about drug discovery and development. Let's now change the gear. So it's all about the manufacturing. Once if you just, step into the manufacturing, it's a different ball game. So let me take you to a scene, it's very real biologics. So imagine you're midway through a critical production batch, so multi-billion-dollar business batch. And your all environmental conditions are perfectly fine. And even your parameters, the so-called operational parameters, all are within the specification range. And your operators also, they're also pretty confident that this batch is not going to give any surprise. All of a sudden, 2 days later, you got a call saying that your yield is dropping. Your batch is gone. Then what will happen? So everyone will scramble, what happened? So what they do, they troubleshoot backward. They'll just see that what it went wrong. Now this is one scenario. Now again, I'm just giving you another scenario. Imagine, now we are in a different reality. What if 36 hours before, prior to this one, if your control system able to say that your batch is going to underperform. Or maybe you can just say that so give some warning. Or so it's going to, maybe the next 2 days, your batch is going to fail. So this is what AI actually brings into the manufacturing system. And these AI models, just imagine that it's actually, trained actually over past 100 runs. And getting the biological data, it's very difficult. It's very dynamic one. So not only this one. So once if you have your training model, you also have to validate that one. Because it's very, very important. And you have to validate with different data sets. Not only that one. So once if you have that one, you have to test it. And test is, it's very, again, see, you have to just see, suppose, if any of your parameter, that is actually, it fails, how we are going to actually account that one. And suppose your data goes missing, what will do? You have to test under all these worst case scenarios. So then your model actually become more accurate. So once if you have that one, then you can actually just go for the testing. And with that, you'll be able to actually just find, and you can beforehand, you'll be able to predict that one. And so that your shop floor team, they no need to intervene. So that's how, the effectiveness the model brings into the picture. So this is actually one aspect. Suppose, again, now see what happens. Most of the industries, they start with the proof of concept, okay, fine. So now the model is working. But that actually doesn't stop. You have to just take it further. See what happens, okay, now this is working fine. But did you ensure that your model is very reliable? Or again, you are able to reproduce it? That is, you have to just see that one. Under all expected scenarios, you have to see that one. So that is actually the hot end process of the model development. Once if we have that one, then only, you will be able to go for the prediction. Because this, what happens, if you talk about the pharmaceutics, this is actually injectable to humans. So you have to be very careful. So it's not an easy thing. So there, again, the problem what happens is, the shop floor team, they, they'll be, again, they won't be hesitant. They'll be hesitant to accept this one. Because again, there's actually the two games it actually happens. So that's how then what you have to do is, so you have to bring the manufacturing team also into the picture, and you have to show how your model actually trains. So where it actually, how it actually, suppose if any warning happens, so what is the basic procedure? Suppose then if they get to know that one, that's how the build actually develops, and they'll be also pretty confident that one, okay, so this is how it works. And finally, the model also, they'll be able to actually accept that one, and their acceptability dramatically increases. See, that's how, again, if you just talk about the use case, generally, in industry, simple, the focus use case, you can talk about the batch failure, that is one thing. And also, any root cause analytics. See what happens, you'll be having the historical data. But sometimes what happens, even your operated teams, not able to find the small deviations. So these things you can actually bring out the AI, and then you can just find how actually, so what it went wrong. What is the deviation behind that one? So this is one aspect. again, see, for example, manufacturing is all about you have to maintain the inventory management. So that you have to do that one. At the last moment, you cannot actually just wait for a surprise. You know, you don't have that one, and it is the shortage or running out of shortage. So that's how, you know, these things you can just bring it. And that manufacturing, that's how, you know, it has to keep on continuing growing. So that's its very important thing.
So is Genova very actively implementing?
Yes, so again, see, because I said about the proof of concept, so that's how we just started that one. So now we are in the reality zone. So that is actually the challenging, it's an Herculean task, so that now we are just facing that. Given that it is very dynamic, we have to, of course, the challenges, the challenges, the model also will get refined.
But even the skill set to do all this, we have that Dr. Shandar's university getting us that skill set, or that's a...
That is it. Yes, I think that's a valid question. You know, it's very difficult, that one. See what happens as a team lead. So what you have to bring the different cross-functional team. And you need actually IT people, you need data scientists, and QA people. Everyone should be there in the picture. And it's not that one, they are working alone. They should not be like they're working on the different silos. All they have to, from day one, they have to do that one. And that's how, you know, you'll be able to just bring this into successful model. So it is not an easy thing.
I mean, sure, but I think where we have a large-scale productions and early integration would at least help the companies quite a bit.
Yes.
These platforms.
See, yes.
Yeah, maybe I'll just move ahead to Mandar. Mandar, how well is our fraternity? I come from the clinical research fraternity. How much are we integrating it into our daily management of trials or data recruitment? Which all areas has it impacted till now?
Sure. When I heard about preclinical and their challenges, I thought we are doing very easy job running clinical trials. Yeah. So basically, most of you will know a clinical trial. We do phase 1 to phase 4 trial, where we test any drug or medical devices in terms of its efficacy, safety. So we generate a lot of data, and that data is sometimes homogeneous or very unstructured also from a different types. It can be a source, it can be, you know, EMR, EHRs. So we are basically, the industry was trying to reach to a level of standardization of data. And I think industry has achieved a lot in last 10 years in terms of CDAS standards or SDTM, ADAM, SAS. So there, it's not AI models, but there definitely what for an effective AI, what is required is being achieved. And moreover now, industry is going into some of the AI tools in terms of protocol designing, using of a lot of omics data, finding a right population for the study, or what is the study design which will ensure a right outcome is where currently people are working. Again, there are no actually proofs of this. People are doing a beta version. Some are doing it in the kind of pieces. Our biggest challenge has been that we are using softwares which are, they are not synchronized. So we have safety data coming in from some databases. We have efficacy data, lab data coming from some, or electronic data, which is there in our EDC. So what AI is definitely going to help us is getting this data and analyzing this data in one standard platform, and probably provide us answers starting from protocol design to data management, where we do a lot of repetitive tasks of finding the missing data, inconsistent data, protocol deviations. So that can be automated very easily. There are companies who are already working on it, but again, as they also express, it is more in the Western world because we do less than 1% of the global trials in India. So again, we are still less than, I think less than 0.5%. So of course, but that doesn't restrict us from not starting this, because IT is a backbone of this country, and we may not doing trials here, but definitely there are a lot of IT companies who can early invest into this and databases. So, AI can be something where we can take lead in terms of implementing it than running the R&D piece here, in short. And of course, there are other areas where we see in clinical trials, predictive models, signal detection, safety signals, as well as risk in terms of how we, if we don't design properly, how this study can fail. So that can be easily managed by running AI tools. In short.
Just one more thing, because whenever we have this human data, naturally personal data, ethics, regulatory compliance always is a question which cannot be unanswered. So are we doing enough? You think we would be doing enough risk mitigation not to do this use AI tools ability, but not compromise on these. They are so sacrosanct to the way clinical data is handled.
Yeah, very, very, very good question. And this is where everybody is struggling. We get approached by many IT companies who are working in AI if we can share the data. And of course, this is private data, there are privacy laws. But the way we capture data in clinical trial is, we don't divulge the identity of the participant. So that way we are protected. Okay. The challenges are regulation or lack of it. Like in Europe, there are GDPR. FDA has come out with a lot of regulation in terms of privacy. But India, our first privacy law is getting into effect now. So in India, there are challenges. But normally, clinical trials works on a global guidelines. So we are working on a GDPR guideline, and therefore protection of privacy is there.
It's adequate. Yeah. Okay. Abhishek, not like Washmi said, not the least, but we have the drug, and we are looking at making it accessible. We are assuming it's not a blockbuster; will be just sold off the shelf. So, what is it that last mile can make it more accessible? What is it and you come from a very relevant background, so would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you so much. So, before jumping to the question, I would like to bring attention of the room to the bright side. The bright side, how many times, the data word is being used by all the experts. If the pharma industry of academia who's supporting the pharma industry and the, I think it's quite fabulous, and especially advocate of being advocate of digital technology. I think this industry doesn't really need advocacy. They have themselves realized the importance of data, the importance of how it is reshaping the industry overall, and the huge potential which technology is bringing in is this area. So coming to my part, now we have discovered drug. Now we have also manufactured it. Now time for it to reach the users, the audience. Is it a straight road? Like, do we just need to, enter a button on an elevator and it will get delivered? No. From an industry which is stationed in Solan, Himachal Pradesh, at 5 degrees Celsius environment, that drug will need to be routed through New Delhi. And many of you in the room, as you step out, you will see, feel that heat. So it needs to go in through there. As it goes down, there'll be, it will be passing through areas where the humidity level is going to be really high. There'll be areas where, it will suddenly get dry again. So how do we ensure that the drug which was manufactured really follows the storage protocol which it was designed for? Because these drugs, many of them are very sensitive. It needs to be in a certain storage conditions for it to be efficacious. Can we have a mechanism which ensures the quality? then, then again, coming back to the bright side. So the bright side is how the e-commerce industry has evolved over time. From e-commerce, now we talk about quick commerce. Just in a button, we can order groceries. So we have gone to that stage where we are ordering just a couple of items, and then if we need to reorder, we again, pick our phones and just order it right away. Can we have a mindset shift in that regard? Can the industry open up and leverage all the advancements which has happened in e-commerce, quick commerce space? Can we bring in learnings of the logistics management and the setup which we have developed for supporting all these, I would say, lucrative industries? Can we bring it to the drugs, vaccine, logistics, and supply chain? So with that, with those thoughts, I open the, kind of leave you out there, and would be happy to take up questions, or over to you, ma'am.
Sure. I mean, that's how the government would come in a very big way to what you're proposing, I'm sure. But like to open it, because I would maybe last 10 minutes, if we can have one final comment from all the speakers here. But is there any question for manufacturing, trials, implementation, access? Any team member? Harish, please, if we can have a mic for Harish.
Quick question. The clinical data, are you allowed to create synthetic populations so that it's completely different, but maybe having similar properties as your population, and then suddenly you have a lot of data that people can try? I don't know if that's useful or not, but for AI, that's the kind of thing does that get us around GDPR and things like that?
No, very good question. And actually, this is one biggest advantage AI can do. Synthetic population, there are already some studies. And using historical arm, people are now actually reducing the size of clinical trial. There are some studies where you just need a lot of population. So, with a small sample size using synthetic arm, and the data is from a real world, which you can use, and there are few studies already being done.
One more question, if I can, unless somebody else. Okay. So on the first day, or one of the mornings, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan talked about TB drugs, right? How TB vaccines, and how we've taken so long, it's so expensive. And she made this comment that, Solidarity did things very quickly. How come we're taking so long to do this? And I'm sure this is of interest to, Kavita also, given the DNDi interest here. How, and maybe this is a question that can be answered later, but how do you use these tools to speed up development of these drugs through the clinic? Clinical phase is the most expensive phase, especially phase 3. Is there a way to do it faster? Does it give you insights into doing things faster? And, obviously, I also want to add one other comment here, which is that you mentioned designing protocols with AI. Can you also write quick reports? And the different question, Kavita, would be to CDESCO. Could they review it quickly also, right? Could they review reports quickly? Does that because it's 9 months, 12 months in the end for review and things like that. That's a huge amount of time. So both questions, quick comments if you don't.
So on TB, I can't talk about preclinical, how they got it, because we are not involved. But the trials, what they referred, we are doing it in Africa. And the advantages basically, and I would be honest, there was no AI tools used there yet. But I think as I briefly spoke, that getting the standardized and electronic data, like we are now getting the data from EMR, EHR, or we call it direct data capture, versus the traditional way of, paper source and then entering the data into EDC, which used to take a lot of time from site's point of view to enter, clean the data. And this probably has helped. Other reason which has helped is adaptive designs, where at some point we took a call in the study and changed the even the dosage pattern, etc. So that has helped some way. I'm sorry I missed the second one.
I mean, so the thing by that question you reminded us, this flaw of not having a regulator on this panel. That's a message at least I took from your question. But is there anywhere in the world, is FDA also doing any using AI to review data? I don't know, so even I'm asking.
They have come with the guidance now.
They have a guidance on reviewing of the regulatory data. Dr. Krishna, you want? The whole dossier.
Yeah, they have, FDA is also evolving. They have released white papers on, good machine learning practices. But, as such, we don't have this is the said protocol, we don't have that one. But things are actually changing. And even also, all you can just see the GAM5 principles, that is the good automation manufacturing principles. Everything are well set, but I think we have to just wait for the change to happen.
About this question of synthetic data, that's very interesting. Even I don't know, Arish, because we hear it of any other model which is being trained for agent, even for agents or robotic, they're creating synthetic data.
So with Ashoka, I worked during COVID with Gautam Menon on creating synthetic populations for India. There's something called, I think, Bharat Sim that he's worked on, which we had supported parts of it. Creating, so that you don't,
but
then
does it sort of inform you what sort of inclusion, exclusion criteria or endpoints we should be looking at from that?
First of all, it gets over the privacy problem. You don't even have access to the data.
For sure.
You can imagine a synthetic population responding to a therapy, right? In his case, for example, they're responding to a therapy, but you're not identifying any individual, right? Suddenly it helps you, and it provides data for simulations, for studying, but it's a very generalized tool. Synthetic population is a very generalized tool that completely avoids the actual, any personal data.
Yeah,
but it has similar properties. Of course, you have to design it well so it has similar properties. Will it have all similar properties? How many similar properties should it have? And so there's a maths question ultimately.
The other advantage is you can reduce or you can eliminate the placebo arm completely by using synthetic arm. So you are using the actual...
I'm not aware that synthetic arm, but it's interesting to hear that you can do... does FDA agree to it or do regulators agree to it?
Yeah. There are already... In fact, this is not something new. Some big companies have done trial with synthetic arm 15, 20 years back. For some reason, it didn't took off. But now with more AI tools, etc., because now you can have access to the MR, EHR and get that data analyzed for the same population and use that as to support the GT.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just have 2 minutes for each of the panelists. I do hear lots of challenges, do hear a lot of absent data, absent models, absent compute, absent trainings, absent skill sets. But if each one of you could say you could want to change something so that our access to this technology impacting is faster, what change would you make in your each field? Or how would you like to, can there something you would like to do more, different, or wish or ask from the ecosystem?
So yeah, I take the privilege to go first. So I think one of my panelists already commented that, and what it says is that the team has to be trilingual from the beginning. So the team should understand the problem statement, team should understand the data, team should understand what's the analytics that data should undergo, and then what's the science behind, what's the drug discovery, and then eventually the medicine comes out in the market. So from the beginning, don't have the computer scientist and data scientist to sit in isolation, look at the data and do something because it has to have a biological meaning at the end of it. So just have the team together, take the inputs from each one, make the model better at every step, and at the same time it becomes robust. So interdisciplinary team is something that will have to be formed from the beginning. That's what I think.
You want to have that in DCG? You have that already?
We do have it. So when we get, as I said, that integrated drug discovery project, so fortunately, me and my team, we talk to the chemist, and there the cheminformatics comes into the picture, and we also talk to the biologist where the bioinformatics comes into the picture. So in the early discovery stage, which starts with designing of the molecule, before that, this is the target. So typically the target is given to us, designing of the molecule, synthesis of the molecules. We work together for that kind of problem, yes. So we are fortunate.
Thank you. I'll take this opportunity to address what Tushar mentioned, hallucination in AI, and that is indeed the current problem of the AI models. Hallucination is probably the problem of every intelligent being. Intelligent people don't like to say, I don't know. So you ask a question, and if they're stuck up, they would like to speculate some answer, and that is probably AI is also copying this from them. So what the machines, in the technical terms, every model that comes should also come with a confidence level in its answer. And that has been a problem not just in the AI, has been there in other previous generation AI models also. Sometimes we have an answer, but we do not know how confident we are of that answer. So people have worked on giving the confidence score of these answers. So this is where perhaps AI has to evolve, and in the field of drug discovery or any field of AI, improving and giving an answer, kind of giving wisdom to the model above the intelligence. So making the models wise and their self-awareness about the answer's validity. That is where, and this is indeed a problem of all the AI aspect of models. And I think that is where we need to work.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. Dr. Tushar?
All right, I think we are running short of time. I'll keep it simple.
We have 10 more minutes, so 2 minutes for each.
Okay, all right, fine. So I think a couple of things I would love to change. One is the mindset of people who are going to use these models and the platforms, what we are going to build. Because it took me a lot of time for making a chemist understand that AI works. It was very difficult. And then finally, it is right, absolutely. So I'm sure this panel believes in AI and the power of it. But
the audience too.
Yeah, the audience also probably some part of it. But then yeah, it took a lot of time for making that change of mindset shift from a traditional chemistry to a AI-led drug discovery. So that is something which I would love to change. Another thing is I think the funds for failure. Budget. We don't budget enough for failures. It's always that 100% of my projects has to be successful. May not happen. AI may sometime work, may sometime will not give you the expected result. So be ready for failures as well. And as they say that it's not failure, it's something which you learn and feed the model with a award function or a penalize function. So I think these are the two things I would love to change in the way we look at AI.
Dr. Krishna.
Let me answer with a metaphor. Building an AI model is like planting a seed. I think you can expect sprouting within 2 weeks. But to become for a fruit-bearing tree, you need to wait for months. See, that's how it is. And not only this one. What I would say is, before just starting, your data should be very clean. Because I think all panelists, they are talking about this only. Not only that, and you have to define your problem properly. From that point onwards, only you have to just start doing it. And see, let me just tell you, again, regulatory aspects, what they expect. Whenever they talk about AI, it is not a specialized category. So they also consider the same thing for whatever the system, computer system, they follow the same rigor only. They treat in the same way only. So you have to keep in mind that one, and then you have to develop your model. That is one thing. So what I'll say is, you can start small, and then stay explainable. That's very, very important. See, you have the model, but that model should be explainable. If it is not explainability, then there is no point in that one. And the third point, you have to consult your subject matter expert or QA. Maybe sometimes also you have to just leave that one, their final call, they only have to take that one. So what happens, this will actually build the confidence. There will, the trust will build. Then after that, once when they start to see AI actually, as a helping hand, not to replace, then all the, their, I would say that one, their judgment and their acceptability, it will dramatically increase. So stay explainable, and then you have to build the trust, and then you can go for scaling. And scaling also, you have to be, very clear in that one. Because what happens, you'll be having multiple platforms. And also you'll be having multiple products. So you have to see that, because accordingly, your cost factor also, it will proportionately, it will increase. So you have to be very clear in that one. So these are the things, if you just put in the bottom line, I would say, start with small, stay explainable, and build trust, and then scale, accordingly. So this is the best way I can just put it forth.
Thank you. Start small, but start. Vandar?
I think, as Tushar said, mindset is the most important thing. In our company, for just doing ChatGPT training, we took 1 year. And after the training, we wanted champions, train the trainer. They took another 1 year. So I guess somewhere, especially for small and medium companies, they need to appreciate and understand that unless we start small, as he rightly said, we will not achieve there, we will not go there. And positive side on this, it, my mentor Vasu always thought that we can do a better software, and everybody laughed at us that there are likes of Oracle in this world and you are making a software. Today we are the only integrated software in the world, not in India. So it happens, and of course you will have to improve. But from a clinical trial industry point of view, I think the biggest concern we have, not we have, but we should, all of us should have, is a validation of this AI-generated data. Clinical trial is all about validation in terms of every data sets is validated. So especially when these machines, ML, they are going to learn from their own data biases, the outcome which is going to come. I don't know whether there are any validations protocol established already for that. So validation is one area where everyone will have to focus. And I think, I don't know, once this will get implemented for a country like us, jobs and unemployment is also going to be a concern, especially in areas like, for example, in clinical operations now, use of EMR, EHR has reduced monitoring activities by 50%. So the same thing is going to happen in data management and statistics as well.
The other side of which we are not touching today, but I am also reminded of Vasu. He is the founder of DiagnoSearch, who was so much more ahead of the years we are. He would have been happy today. We miss him. We miss Vasu's presence. Last word from you, please.
Okay. Thank you. So firstly, not really used to being the last one. I am always roll number 1. So I used to be the first one standing there. So, for a change, it feels good. So, I have time to think and, to kind of sense what's other people are saying. Okay, so thank you. And so, I feel that apart from the advancements which we talk about and which we aspire for, I think a lot is hidden in the ancient manuscripts. Ancient manuscripts of India, and it could be China, Germany, Egypt as well. So there's a lot which is hidden in the manuscripts, which I think we can probably look back and we can use the power of AI. And also the beauty of AI is that you can, be out of biases if you, train it that way. If you have the weights at right places, you can do that. Also language, I think, because many of our manuscripts are in Sanskrit and, in Egypt, maybe a traditional language which their ancestors used to use. So if we can have that database with us, and if we match it heads on with the modern evidence which we have created, and if we come up with evidence which mixes both the approaches and have that sweet spot which overall has a potential to revolutionize our healthcare. I think that would be really wonderful. And just to make a point, give an example, turmeric. So it has now being researched globally, and in West has taken a lot of research, and I feel India is still not taking up much on that subject. Though, since I was a kid, always जब भी चोट लगती थी तो मम्मी हल्दी का दूध ही पिलाती थी. So that angle is always there, but now we need to translate it into evidence, and we need to incorporate it into our practice, clinical practice. So as we have a good combination of advanced Ayurvedic and advanced allopathic medicines with our traditional herbs, which we should bring back, and which we should leverage the benefit it holds. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for the different angle before we close. I believe all of us are waiting for that molecule which has gone through the whole journey and is available as a drug to our clinicians. With that, I believe our time is also up, and would like to thank the panelists to try to make this extremely, anyway, very complex subject and add to it the complexity of AI, ML. And thank you so much, and a round of applause if we can have for the panelists. And thank you to the audience. That was engaging. I thought the upstream will be challenging, but the upstream engagement was maximum. So thank you for being such a great audience.
Yeah.